The King's Avatar audiobook by Kevin Chapter 640. 1. Tang Ru and Steamed Bun had leveled their characters from level 1, so they each had a good grasp of their respective classes. However, their understanding of the other classes were far from enough. Even though they had an incredible win record in the arena, that was mostly through reliance on their superior mechanics. Just their mechanics alone allowed them to stand at the top of the game. However, in the pro scene, their mechanics weren't good enough to beat others. Their characters were almost max leveled, but because they had decided to enter the pro scene, there was no need to study things like dungeons or bosses. PvP had its own set of knowledge that needed to be mastered. They didn't have much time on their hands, so they couldn't waste their time studying pointless things. It seems like an encyclopedia like you, who is proficient in all of the classes, is finally finding some use. Wei Chen patted Ye Xiu's shoulder. Directly practicing PvP was the most enjoyable way to learn. Ye Xiu had to agree too, but if Tang Ru and Steamed Bun tried to accumulate experience through the arena, their harvest wouldn't be very fruitful. Their skill levels surpassed the scope of difficulty that the arena could provide them with. They could overwhelm opponents with just their mechanics alone. Very few players could provide any sort of challenge for them. It was like killing level 30 monsters as a level 60 character. The experience gained couldn't even be considered a consolation prize. In-game leveling as well as improving one's PvP skill were similar in this way. At this point, Ye Xiu might need to personally train them. This type of practice is necessary. Ye Xiu didn't avoid the subject. It looks like we're going to need another set of accounts. Ha ha, that shouldn't be a problem. Wei Chen was a rich man now. He looked online and bought a set of accounts. Ye Xiu had finished watching Tyranny's VODs, so he closed them. It was a pity that no one could share the same feelings that he felt right now. Once the match between Tyranny and Misty Rain ended, the first half of the first round had been completed. Each team would play 2 matches in the first round before their points were tallied up and the winner was declared. So for these first matches, no one would really win or lose them. People looked at their total points and examined which team had the advantage or which was at a disadvantage. Whether the team was playing in their home stadium or in an away stadium mattered. The team that could choose the maps for the match had a large advantage, especially in the playoffs. The teams would naturally choose their most proficient maps. On the 5th day, the second match between Samsara and Thunderclap began. This time, the match took place in Samsara's home stadium. Samsara had already obtained a huge lead in their away game. All of the pressure was on Thunderclap, who relied on analyzing and planning appropriate strategies to counter their opponents. With Samsara's sudden improvement in characters, even after a 4-day rest to adjust their strategies, it didn't seem likely that Thunderclap would be able to defeat Samsara. Even Xiao Shikin wouldn't be able to calculate exactly how much of an advantage the skill points that Samsara's characters had gained would give them. In addition to that, a strategy-centered team like Thunderclap relied greatly on the map that was chosen. It could be seen from their regular season that Thunderclap won significantly more home games than they did away games. In their second match, Samsara won handily. This match could be considered an effortless victory on their part. However, after the first match ended, when others analyzed the match, quite a few people, along with Xiao Shikin, had noticed that the skill points on Samsara's characters seemed to be different. After all, when a skill was leveled up, there would be a slight change in the effects. This sort of change was easy to perceive by experienced players. In the post-match interview, the keen reporters asked about this issue. Unfortunately, they encountered Samsara's team captain, Zhou Zekai. Everyone wanted to know the answer to this question, but all they got was Was that or No one understood what he was trying to say. All of the reporters wanted to slam their heads against a wall. Seeing the reporters want to cough blood when they heard Joe Zekai's response to their question was a sight that Samsara enjoyed very much. Today, they had won the first round of the playoffs, so they were even happier right now, but they couldn't ignore this question forever. In the end, the vice-captain Jiang Batao came forward for an interview and gave a definite answer. This definite answer confirmed that Samsara's characters had improved in terms of skill points, but Jiang Batao obviously wouldn't say the exact increase in skill points. It would soon be figured out, but the longer they could keep it a secret, the better. As for Thunderclap, after Xiao Shikin expressed his feelings for being eliminated in the first round, he didn't immediately convey his confidence for the future, like what most players usually did. Instead, Xiao Shikin suddenly began talking about his career. Xiao Shikin had been a player who had become famous early on. Starting from when he was first discovered, he had become well known for his decision-making and control rather than his mechanics. The Thunderclap players who had noticed his potential regarded him as a team player. Xiao Shikin didn't fail to live up to his expectations. Starting from the fourth season, he soon became the cornerstone of Team Thunderclap and took over the team as the captain. He and his character Life Extinguisher were frequent guests at the All-Stars. Along with Tyranny's Zhang Xinji, Blue Rain's Yu Wenzhou, and Excellent Era's Ye Xiu, he was the last of Glory's 4 master tacticians. But compared to the other 3 master tacticians, Xiao Shikin's career was less successful. He was an incredible tactician and strategist, but it was a pity that he didn't have an ace player on his team. This was what most people felt towards Xiao Shikin. Team Thunderclap wasn't a powerhouse. Apart from Xiao Shikin and his Life Extinguisher, there were no other all-star level players or characters on their team. As for the other 3, Zhang Xinji had Han Wenqing and the King of Fighters, Desert Smoke, by his side. Yu Wenzhou had Huang Xiaoshan and the Sword Saint, Troubling Rain, by his side. Ye Xiu was even better. He himself was considered the Alliance's #1 attacker and controlled the legendary battle god, One Autumn Leaf. These 3 were not only incredible tacticians and strategists, but all of them had god-level teammates or god-level accounts to support them. Only Xiao Shikin didn't have any strong helpers. He could only rely on his tactics to utilize his team's lackluster potential to its fullest. Unfortunately, this wasn't enough to become the champion, let alone maintain a stable position at the top of the standings in the regular season. Times have changed. After reminiscing about his career, Xiao Shikin sighed. The experienced reports instantly sniffed out a few leads. Times have changed. Is he talking about Team Thunderclap making changes? Or is Xiao Shikin talking about himself making changes? From how emotional Xiao Shikin was being after recalling his career, it was more likely that he himself would be making changes. Before the reporter could ask any further questions, Xiao Shikin already began speaking. That was my final match with Thunderclap. I am grateful for the club that I've been with for so many years, my teammates and my fans. I have grown with this team for my entire career, and it has not been an easy decision for me to come to. I am sorry that I cannot continue moving forward with everyone for another season, but no matter where I go in the future, Thunderclap will always be the team that raised me. The reporters immediately became excited. An ace player like Xiao Shikin was actually going to transfer teams. It was as if a huge bomb had been dropped. From the reactions of his teammates, it seemed like they already knew about this decision. They didn't look shocked. They wished him well and gave him their blessings. I hope everything goes well for him. He has the ability to become a champion. We've been dragging him down. No matter where he goes, I'll always be his #1 fan. All of Team Thunderclap's other members expressed their goodwill towards Xiao Shikin's departure. Even though none of these players were stars in the pro scene, through the tactics and teamwork that brought them together, they had a deeper relationship with one another. No one felt betrayed by Xiao Shiqian's departure. They sincerely gave him their blessings. His departure was saddening, but also warm. Xiao Shiqian thanked his teammates for the support they gave him, and his words were sincere. He's actually planning on transferring. Xiao Shiqian was someone in the younger generation, who Wei Chen had never fought against before. He was currently at the peak of his career, so Wei Chen had obviously heard of him before. I don't think the core of a team like him has ever transferred to another team before, no. Sun Xiang, Ye Xiu said. That monkey came out of a thatched cottage. Does that even count? Wei Chen expressed. That doesn't count, Ye Xiu said. Fine. Wei Chen didn't argue. Where do you think he will go? Blue Rain, Tyranny. I don't think any of those teams will take him. His capabilities would collide with Yu Wenzhou or Zhang Xinji. He wouldn't be able to fully display his strength. Tiny Herb has Wang Jixi. They probably don't need him unless Tiny Herb plans on having Wang Jixi change playstyles and become an offense-oriented witch. Oh, that's actually quite possible if you think about it. There's another team who needs him even more than Tiny Herb does, Ye Xiu said. Which team? Wei Chen was thinking. Excellent Era, Ye Xiu said. SHT. Wei Chen was startled, but he immediately realized the likelihood of it happening. Excellent Era's future core will definitely be Sun Xiang. In order to get him to be accepted by the team or develop a good set of tactics for him, they need someone like Xiao Shiqian, Ye Xiu said. Excellent Era just got FC King relegated. Would he actually be stupid enough to run over to Excellent Era? Wei Chen shook his head. With Excellent Era's foundation and Sun Xiang still there, no one doubts that they will return to the Alliance next season, no. If they had Xiao Shiqian, they will definitely have the strength to directly win the championships, or perhaps that isn't his thoughts, Ye Xiu said. No, that's not good, he can't think like that. Wei Chen was still shaking his head. Why not? Ye Xiu said. Then that F-Seeker wants us to die. Wei Chen cursed the King's Avatar Chapter 642. Wei Chen's worry was sincere. Team Excellent Era with Sun Xiang and one Autumn Leaf was already terrifying as is. Now, there might even be a Xiao Shiqian too. For someone like Xiao Shiqian, it didn't really matter what type of character he played. His value wasn't measured in his battle strength. If he successfully joined Excellent Era, if Sun Xiang could be melded to dance to his tune, Excellent Era would absolutely be at a level where they could take the championships. Having a team that hadn't even gathered all of its team members yet challenge a championship-level team. Wei Chen felt like their hopes were only diminishing as more time passed. What are you scared of? In any case, you have plenty of money now. Even if you lose, you won't be starving, Ye Xiu said. This senior would rather be starving. Wei Chen humphed. Chen Guo and the others had listened to their discussion. Steamed Bun was as calm as ever. Tang Ru felt even more motivated after hearing that there would be another formidable opponent to face. Chen Guo was more worried than anyone else like usual. In any case, we'll have to face them. You've already become so nervous just thinking about the possibility of Xiao Shiqian joining Excellent Era. What if Excellent Era didn't stop there and obtained several more amazing players? What would you do? Jump out the window, Ye Xiu said. FCK, besides this guy surnamed Xiao, who else would be that stupid? Wei Chen had originally been indifferent towards Xiao Shiqian, but after discovering that he might be a potential enemy in the future and a formidable one at that, he immediately viewed him with distaste. After the post-match interview ended, the community instantly erupted. Samsara's victory had been too easy, so no one talked too much about the match. Suddenly, a huge bomb was thrown out, shaking various levels of glory. Xiao Shiqian had said that he would be transferring teams out of his own mouth. The discussion within the community was naturally focused on which team he would be joining. There were all sorts of analyses. Wei Chen read them and criticized. Stupid, too stupid. Ye Xiu turned his head and gave a glance. It was a post talking about Xiao Shikin's likelihood of joining Excellent Era. The poster's analysis was quite reasonable. If an expert like Xiao Shikin joined Excellent Era, he would be sacrificing a year, but afterwards the team would become a first-rate championship team. Wei Chen simply didn't want to see this type of situation happening, so the more reasonable the analysis was, the more he hated it. It was as if acting like this would kill any chances of Xiao Shikin joining Excellent Era. Compared to the commotion within the community, Ye Xiu looked at the pro-player group in QQ. There was a bit of a discussion going on there, but the players speaking were those that hadn't made it to the playoffs. The playoff teams were nervously preparing for their matches. They didn't have the free time to chat. For them, no matter which team Xiao Shikin ended up going to, that team would become a formidable opponent. For the first round, the key issue that they needed to look into was Samsara's improvement. Samsara would be the most formidable opponent that they would be facing in the near future. As a result, the various teams needed to hurry up and figure out Samsara's exact situation. The more Wei Chen looked at the analyses, the angrier he became. Many of them pointed at Xiao Shikin possibly joining Excellent Era. Eventually, Wei Chen finally slammed the table. "Steamed bun, what level are you? Hurry up, there's no time, hurry up and get to max level so we can start practicing." Okay, I'm leveling right now," Steamed Bun replied energetically. "Sigh, the bad news comes right after the good news. What an ordeal," Wei Chen sighed. His incredible joy at earning so much money had been completely wiped away. "Be a bit more calm. You're always panicking. You're over 30 already. Pick 2 young players out of the competitive scene and their ages combined would be less than yours. They wouldn't be as nervous as you either. Don't you feel ashamed of yourself?" Ye Xiu said. "I have to express my feelings somehow. Holding it in would affect my condition too much," Wei Chen said. Soon, they witnessed how Wei Chen planned on expressing his feelings. Samsara had easily pranced through the first round of playoffs. The entire guild was full of joy. On the other hand, Wei Chen seemed to have eaten an explosive. When he led his team, he shouted at them furiously as if they were lower than dogs. Ye Xiu glanced at Wei Chen's screen. His team had just started killing a small mob of monsters. By the time they reached the boss, his entire team would have probably disconnected from being lectured so miserably. The 6th day, 7th day, and 8th day passed. The playoffs wouldn't stop because of the commotion. The matches continued. Blue Rain and Tiny Herb defeated 301 and Void without a hitch. Oh, Blue Rain and 301's match should have been before Samsara and Thunderclaps. I forgot, but it shouldn't matter too much as long as everyone knows. However, in the match between Tyranny and Misty Rain maintained their advantage in their away game and won against Tyranny. Even though Tyranny was a powerhouse team, being eliminated by Team Misty Rain wasn't too shocking. After all, Tyranny's ace player Han Wenking was old. At the start of the alliance, he had fought for 3 championship titles against Excellent Era. In the 4th season, they ended Excellent Era's dominance and Tyranny's golden age had begun. Now, as the seasons went by and the next generation of players were taking over, Tyranny and Excellent Era began to decline in the eyes of others. In addition, no team in the playoffs could be considered weak. If not, wouldn't the playoffs be boring? When Tyranny was eliminated, their captain Han Wenking expressed his sorrows, but he didn't seem to be in low spirits. "We'll be back next year." His words seemed to cover Team Misty Rain's victory spotlight. Be that as it may, the media generally reported it as the end of an era. Of the 2 top gods in the past, one had retired and the other was struggling to hang on. Of the 2 former dragons, one had been relegated, while the other had been eliminated in the first round of the playoffs. When Han Wenking said, "We'll be back next year," everyone considered it to be his stubbornness to continue. It was admirable, but some things couldn't change by conviction alone. Tyranny might be able to stand on stage for the playoffs again, but few believed that they still had the competitive strength to take the championship home, especially after witnessing Excellent Era falling and getting relegated. Some even wondered if Tyranny would quickly collapse and never recover. The Tyranny fans strongly opposed this view, of course. "You're joking," some of the fans scoffed. "Don't forget who our captain is. He's someone who wasn't discouraged after failing to win the championships 3 years in a row. Then in the 4th year he dethroned Excellent Era. As long as hand wanking is there, our Tyranny will never end up like Excellent Era." As Tyranny's fans, they weren't polite at all with Excellent Era. They had laughed as Excellent Era declined during the regular season. People were now grouping Tyranny with Excellent Era. How could they bear it? When the first round of the playoffs had ended, there were countless questions left unanswered. The 4 that advanced were Blue Rain, Samsara, Tiny Herb, and Misty Rain, and were without a doubt powerful teams. Among the eliminated teams, many of them had been moved, but time didn't stop for anyone. The 4 advancing teams quickly began the next round. Blue Rain versus Misty Rain, Samsara versus Tiny Herb. The outcome of these 2 confrontations would decide who would advance to the finals. At Happy Internet Cafe, they were also in a discussion when they saw Tyranny get eliminated. Didn't he change? How did they still lose? Chen Guo found it hard to understand how Tyranny had lost. Did you think he would go Super Saiyan? Ye Xiu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He's changed, but he's still trying to figure it out. The strengths and weaknesses of his changes haven't shown yet. As Ye Xiu explained the reason to Chen Guo, he contacted Little Cold Hands. "I've received your account card," Ye Xiu reported to Little Cold Hands. "Okay," Little Cold Hands replied. "After I increase your skill points, you should know that the value of your account card will be very different," Ye Xiu said. "I know. So this account can no longer be considered solely yours," Ye Xiu said. "I understand," Little Cold Hands replied. "You punk. When we give back the account card, shouldn't you hand us a down payment?" Wei Chen suddenly popped in. He didn't care about the 2,000. Let alone Wei Chen being rich now. Even when things had been difficult, Wei Chen had never placed much importance on money. Because of this, he hadn't liked how Little Cold Hands had bickered about it. "Then how much should I give?" Little Cold Hands asked. "That depends on how many skill points we get once we finish clearing all the quests," Wei Chen said. "But isn't giving a down payment improper practice?" Little Cold Hands said. You punk. When you asked for a down payment, what was proper about that?" Wei Chen flared up. "You were the one to propose the down payment," Little Cold Hands said. "Stop speaking nonsense," Wei Chen retorted when he discovered that everyone else was staring at him. "What? I proposed it," Wei Chen scratched it. Everyone nodded their heads. "Fine. I was just trying to show some goodwill." "Who would have thought that this punk would actually agree?" Wei Chen said. In the group chat, Ye Xiu asked, "Student N, what are your thoughts?" "Usually if a team needs a player's account, don't they usually buy out the account?" Little Cold Hands said. "Usually," Ye Xiu said. "Then I won't return the 2,000 and I'll say that you guys bought it out," Little Cold Hands said. "FCK me. The first thing you do is earn 2,000 from us. How capable of you," Wei Chen shouted. "It's just an account transfer, that's all. If it isn't clear who owns the account, that isn't good, no." Little Cold Hands said the King's Avatar Chapter 643, Comrades. After Little Cold Hands' reply, Ye Xiu gave a sincere and heartfelt lecture. "If our team plans on developing itself in the long term, this is the correct attitude to have. Everyone correct yourself. My Lord Grimm, steamed bun invasion, Little Tang's soft mist, Old Way's windward formation, who do these accounts belong to? For an old player like Old Way, after playing for another 2 years, he'll most likely retire again. Will he be taking his account with him? Will we wait until the time comes before talking about it? What if negotiations don't go well? Without accounts, how will our team continue to compete? In addition, Old Way currently has 20 million on him, and he's already invested 2 million in materials for our team. When our team registers and forms a club, how much of a percent share does he get for that investment? Ye Xiu said. I'll consider the 2 million as your pay for closing the deal. Wei Chen waved his hands. Okay, I've already invested 2 million worth of materials into the team. When our team registers and forms a club, how much of a percent share do I get for that investment? Ye Xiu corrected himself. FCK, you're not nice at all, Wei Chen said. None of it matters if we don't get through the Challenger League. If we officially enter the pro scene through the Challenger League, all of this needs to be cleared up in order for our team to continue operating without us being there. Ye Xiu said. Wei Chen didn't say anything. He had been a part of the pro scene before. He had witnessed these types of situations before with his own eyes. In the early years, a lot of ideas weren't fully developed yet. Quite a few teams with potential relied on their passion alone to carry the team, but without proper management, all of them collapsed and had to leave the stage preemptively. In truth, Wei Chen liked that sort of pure passion. At the time, he had quite a few conflicts with this sort of management. However, reality slapped him in his face. They could share trials and tribulations, but they couldn't share the riches and honors. No one liked this sort of situation, but this was how everything was done. It would be hard to find even a single special exception. With the issue laid bare, Wei Chen felt a bit awkward listening to it, but he knew that Ye Xiu was correct. Ahem. Wei Chen was a former pro player and a senior, so he felt like he had to give an example. He cleared his throat and spoke. What's there to talk about? My account belongs to the team. This is how we'll settle it. I'll do the same too, Tang Ru immediately followed. Even though she didn't have any experience in the pro scene, she was an understanding person. What Ye Xiu talked about wasn't just something that happened in the pro scene either. It was a very normal occurrence. Tang Ru understood the reasoning behind it and didn't hesitate to hand over her account to the team. What does that mean? Steamed Bun was confused. Declaring his stance without understanding the situation was Steamed Bun's style, though. As a result, Steamed Bun quickly followed. Well, you guys are all doing it, so I guess I'll do the same too. My account now belongs to the team. Good Steamed Bun, Wei Chen praised. Thanks, Steamed Bun was excited. Boss, look, these accounts belong to you from now on, Ye Xiu said to Chen Guo. Ah, Chen Guo didn't know how to react. You'd better not scam us, Ye Xiu said. What are you talking about? Chen Guo was furious. He dared to question her morals. I'll let the team use these accounts for now. If you guys want to leave in the future, how could I trouble you guys? Chen Guo expressed her goodwill. If you're planning on managing the team, that isn't something that you should be saying no. If we suddenly come up one day and ask for these accounts, will you actually give them to us? When that time comes, what will the other player use to compete? Ye Xiu said. Who would have thought Chen Guo would actually laugh? The question is, will there ever be a day like that? Everyone happily handed their accounts to the team. It was symbolic of their trust in her. At the same time, her expression of goodwill was a symbol of her trust in everyone else. She believed that none of them would dare to do anything to trouble the team. That's hard to say. Ye Xiu just had to damage the beautiful scene. There are some really shameless people here. Yeah, you have to be extremely careful of him. Wei Chen immediately stood up. The two started insulting each other again. Chen Guo wouldn't bother with their trash talking. As the boss, she looked for little cold hands in the group chat and talked about a few issues. The discussion went smoothly. Little cold hands had even more thoughts than Chen Guo. She couldn't be blamed, though. After all, apart from little cold hands, her relationship with everyone else had developed through their friendship. With Chen Guo's personality, she had realized a few issues, but she felt too embarrassed to talk about them. As for little cold hands, he talked in a very businesslike manner. Chen Guo realized that a lot of issues were easily resolved. For example, in the Challenger League, everyone went in as a team, but most of the teams in the Challenger League had participated in it before. Getting into the pro scene. For most people, this was just a dream. Besides the club teams regarding it as a revival tournament, very few teams had serious plans on actually becoming a pro team. The vast majority of teams were made up of good friends in the game. Before the tournament began, they would hastily form a team, register, and have a fun time. Or sometimes, a few outstanding players would be noticed and then taken away by the pro teams. Up until now, no new teams had stepped into the pro scene through the Challenger League. As a result, Chen Guo and Little Cold Hand seriously discussed the issue of whether or not they were considered a pro team while they were participating in the Challenger League. If they were considered a pro team, then the team would need contracts and wages. Under normal circumstances, most of the participants were there to have fun. Having wages was a joke. Who would beg their friend to come with them, and even pay him? Chen Yu originally had this attitude towards Little Cold Hands, but then she thought about how difficult it had been for Ye Xiu to find Little Cold Hands. Although he wasn't as precious as an actual pro player, Ye Xiu had been a spy in tyrannical ambition for such a long time, and had played with many clerics. Yet even so, wasn't Little Cold Hands the only one that he picked? Little Cold Hands wasn't good enough to be at the top, but he was much better than everyone below him. Saying he was irreplaceable would be too much of an overstatement, but saying he was useless would be treating Ye Xiu's efforts as unrivaled super hottie as a waste of time. This issue was a lot harder to resolve with Little Cold Hands compared to Wei Chen and Steamed Bun. Those two were friends. If they were invited over, they would come. Chen Guo had attended to their living needs during this time. They didn't care about what happened during the Challenger League, but what should she say to Little Cold Hands? Chen Guo hesitated for a long time before saying anything. Everything went unusually smoothly. This was because Little Cold Hands was very clear on his own position. He knew the difference between heaven and earth. Before entering the pro scene, everyone was just like soy sauce to the pro teams. He accepted this fact, but the issue was that their team's goal wasn't to be soy sauce. The team had players who definitely weren't at a soy sauce level. In the end, it was Little Cold Hands who reminded Chen Guo, "You'd better not treat God Ye Xiu like soy sauce. If you treat him like soy sauce, the entire team will end up being soy sauce." Clearly, Chen Guo was used to treating Ye Xiu as if he weren't a big deal, but Little Cold Hands didn't know that Ye Xiu had been inadvertently picked up by Chen Guo. She hadn't gotten him through praying and burning incense. There was still some time before the Challenger League. Little Cold Hands was quite nervous that something would happen to the god. Chen Guo thought about it and understood. A normal person would think that there was no need for Ye Xiu to form a team and enter the pro scene through something as risky as the Challenger League. With Ye Xiu's identity, if he wanted to return to the pro scene, he just needed to say the word and he would grab all sorts of attention. A one-year break wouldn't be enough of a deterrence. Finding a team to join wouldn't be a problem. Wasn't that a lot more reliable than going through something like the Challenger League? As a result, Chen Guo felt like Little Cold Hands was being a thorn in the side, but in Little Cold Hands' eyes, Ye Xiu was the thorn. "You don't need to worry about that. Ye Xiu is the person leading the team," Chen Guo said to Little Cold Hands. "Then he's the main investor?" Little Cold Hands asked. Yes. Chen Guo hadn't thought about this. Because of the question that Little Cold Hand had about his account, today became a day where everyone seriously discussed about everyone's share in the team. Before, they had talked about Wei Chen's investment in the team. With Little Cold Hand's reminder, Chen Guo realized that Ye Xiu could be considered as an investor, and his investment was very high. Apart from that, Wei Chen's investment had been in the form of skill books. Both of these investments were being used right now. Figuring out their share would really be troublesome. Chen Guo didn't really know how to calculate it, so she asked for Ye Xiu and Wei Chen to help. These two had both experienced the days when the first teams were being created, so they had some knowledge about starting a team. Chen Guo finally understood after listening to them. In the early days, there were a lot of teams, which relied purely on passion without any real funds. Having food to eat and a place to live was already considered not bad. No one had any additional wages. Their income was solely from what the team earned. As for their share, it was based on their investment in the team. At that time, their investment was mainly just their accounts. The King's Avatar Chapter 644, investing in an account, and then buying it out were the standard steps that any club would take during the initial stages of the glory professional scene. However, those were no longer suited for use nowadays. This was because the difference between the current pro characters and online characters had become two extremes. The most a normal player could get would be a few orange equipment no matter how hard they grinded. Who would invest in such a character, when all the characters in the pro scene had self-made equipment? It clearly wasn't a possibility. During those initial stages, having a top character meant you were a top-tier player in glory, so of course people would invest in them. Now, no matter how skilled you were online, you would just be cannon fodder in the professional scene. Who would care about you? Even if you weren't cannon fodder and had skills worthy of the professional scene, with how powerful the clubs were, they still wouldn't trade the account for stock instead of money. They would just purchase the account and finish the matter once and for all. Frankly speaking, the initial stages of the pro scene were like this because everyone was poor. When everyone was rich, it would be best to avoid this kind of method. As for Ye Xiu and the others, they handed over their accounts to the team for free, which would save them a lot of trouble in the future. Chen Guo still wanted to talk about their future investments, though. The Challenger League hasn't even started yet. Isn't it a bit early? Ye Xiu expressed. Once we enter the pro scene and register, a professional from the Alliance will investigate our assets. It won't be too late to decide it then. Oh, I think I heard Lulan Slash talk about it before. It really is like that, Chen Guo recalled. It wasn't like she had never managed anything before. She had chatted with Lulan Slash, who had just formed his team as well. It was just that at the time she had been frightened. Lulan Slash used his vast amount of wealth to make various maneuvers, making her feel apprehensive towards managing the team. Relax. There's no need to worry about all of this. We just need players and accounts for now, Xiu said. Oh, Chen Guo immediately felt relieved upon hearing Ye Xiu's words. As for Ye Xiu, after resolving any issues with Little Cold Hands, he had begun upgrading his cleric account. He originally had 4170 skill points. There were a total of 1220 points that could be obtained through the guide. Little Cold Hands was pretty lucky. If not, Ye Xiu wouldn't have bothered upgrading the account at all. He would have just found and leveled up another cleric account. 1, 2, 3. Ye Xiu completed the quests according to the guide. The account's foundation was decent and his luck was quite good. The skill books quickly piled up. His luck was quite good. I'm done, Ye Xiu announced after consuming all of the skill books. How many? Wei Chen carefully asked. Ha ha, Ye Xiu laughed. What are you laughing about? Wei Chen was puzzled. 4925 points, Ye Xiu announced. FCK, Wei Chen became pale. The skill points on this annoying guy's account had even managed to surpass his windward formation. Furthermore, it was not too much or too little. It was only by a measly 5 points. Wei Chen wanted to cough up a mouthful of blood to cover up the 5 points. My luck's pretty good, isn't it? Ye Xiu sighed. Wei Chen didn't know what to say. It was the team's account after all. It was good to have more skill points. Wouldn't it be petty of him if he cursed now? He had been a team captain before, so he had always prioritized the team before anything else. He wouldn't ruin the team's cohesiveness all because of his selfishness. Within the group chat, Little Cold Hands was anxiously awaiting the results. As calm and cool-headed as he could be, he still hoped his account would have more skill points. The more points he had, the stronger he would become. Soon after hearing Ye Xiu say 49-25 points, Little Cold Hands was shocked. So high. Little Cold Hands exclaimed. He wasn't someone who didn't play glory. As a fan of Team Tyranny, he obviously knew that Han Wenking's character, Desert Dust, possessed the highest number of skill points in glory with 4880, but now, his Little Cold Hands had actually surpassed the #1 character in glory. This was something completely out of his expectations. "Little kid, you'd better work hard," Wei Chen suddenly said with a mixture of emotions. Little Cold Hands' account already belonged to the team. Evidently, this wasn't something that could be passed over by talking. Chen Guo had already spoken with Little Cold Hands, and the latter would sign an agreement to transfer his account later. They would naturally return the account for Little Cold Hands to use afterwards. His skill points had soared from 4170 to 4925 at once, increasing by 755 points total. This was a huge leap in terms of strength. Speaking of professional accounts, which were already around 4,800 points, even if they got the points to the maximum, it would only be a 200-point difference. The scale of improvement couldn't even be compared to Little Cold Hands. It was unknown if Wenyi was too excited, but Ye Xiu had to call for him several times in the group chat before he finally responded. Soon afterwards, Ye Xiu discussed with Wenyi about his account. Naturally, they talked about the skills. Through his knowledge of Wenyi's playstyle, Ye Xiu gave some advice towards how he should allocate his skill points. Having a lot of skill points but being unable to fully utilize them would just be a waste. Naturally, no one would watch him give a lecture, so everyone went back to what they were previously doing. A day passed and the playoffs continued. The match between Blue Rain and Misty Rain progressed. Containing the word rain in their name was the only joke between them. Apart from the two matches against each other in the regular season, the two rarely interacted with each other. This made it difficult for the reporters because they couldn't find anything interesting to talk about. In the end, they could only write about boring things like their preparations for the upcoming match. Before the beginning of the match, the interviews between the two teams were also quite dull. There weren't any overly bold statements. They just said typical things like they would try their best and such. This was meant to be the semi-finals where they had to fight for a spot in the finals, but it was miraculous that the two teams didn't give off any sort of tense atmosphere. Upon that, the reports couldn't help but blab about experiences or things like staying reserved and such. The matches were, undoubtedly, at a high level, but it didn't have too many twists and turns. This could be seen from the news release conference after the match. Blue Rain would say that their opponent was outstanding, but they had better luck that day. Whereas Misty Rain would say that they did pretty well, but the opponent performed even better. Sparks were flying in the air. Where are the sparks? The journalists were close to tears. Chu Yunxiu, the trump card and team captain of Misty Rain, was a girl, so she didn't have an aggressive aura. As for Blue Rain, their captain Yu Wenzhou was a gentle guy, so he was always courteous and polite during interviews. All the questions were answered appropriately, but the journalists failed to pick anything out from his answers. As for Huang Xiaoshan, although he owned a god-level character, that guy was able to stretch the topic from what he ate for breakfast to the shower from last night that turned cold and such during the interview. But everyone only wanted to know about things relative to the competition. Thankfully, the match between Samsara and Tiny Herb was about to start on the second day, so they could finally find things to talk about between those two teams. Since Tiny Herb was the champion from the previous season, it was obvious that they were planning to hold the title for another one, whereas Samsara had a high chance to win the championships. The clash between the two teams were evident. The writers finally had a place to release the pent-up sentiment after holding it in yesterday. The semi-finals between these two teams were treated like a final battle in the reports. In the end, this match lived up to everyone's expectations. The match between these two was much more vigorous than the previous games. The match fluctuated often, especially during the team battle. Samsara's one-man team style was presented distinctively. They were able to seize the victory in the end by using the sheer force of Zhou Zekai's strong performance. It was very easy to stir up the audience's passion when a single player was able to decide the competition's situation. Every forum in Glory was filled with heated discussions that night. Zhou Zekai's popularity continued to grow at an insane rate. He became the indisputable MVP of the second day. All comments agreed that it had become a generation for stars. Yes, a generation for stars. Wang Jixi of Tiny Herb sacrificed his own style to change and blend in for his team's sake. This was, undoubtedly, a strong notion for teamwork. But now, such a team was defeated by Samsara, whose style was based on a single player's performance. Although the home and away regulations didn't finalize after the first match, the result of this kind of individualistic heroism earned a lot of favor among the audience members. The only regret was that Zhou Zekai wasn't able to say something arrogant and ambitious like many other players during the press conference following the match. He could only answer the interviewers with yup, ah, oh, which left this stage with endless regret. The fixed picture afterwards caused the bystanders' blood to boil with passion, but the hero they cheered for stared back at them with no emotion. The scene was very contrasting. The burning zeal of this day had passed, and it returned to the peaceful match between Blue Rain and Misty Rain. Blue Rain came out as the victor. After the match, Misty Rain expressed their blessings to their victorious opponent and Blue Rain expressed their gratitudes to the respective side. Blue Rain took the lead upon entering the finals. As for Samsara and Tiny Herb, under countless of expectations, Zhou Zekai didn't let anyone down. In the end, Tiny Herb, who tried to defend their championship, was eliminated. The finals for the 8th season in the professional league was now finalized to be between Samsara and Blue Rain. If Samsara won the championships, they would become the 4th champion team in the league's history. If Blue Rain were to win, they would receive their 2nd trophy. During the break before the finals, all sorts of reports were spread around. It was the finals. Even if there weren't any gimmicks between the two teams, they had to find something to talk about. Let alone that there were many things that could be said between the two teams. After receiving major attention after the 4 matches in the playoffs, Samsara's skewed skill points had been detected early on. There were all sorts of predictions online, and it was certain that all the clubs were having attentive research for this matter, but they wouldn't reveal what they had discovered. Speaking of the two teams' players, or precisely, the 2 trump players, Zhou Zekai and Huang Xiaoshan. Although their classes were different, the two were always compared. This was because the 2 players' style were complete opposites. The King's Avatar Chapter 645, Zhou Zekai and Huang Xiaoshan were complete opposites of each other, whether that was on stage or off stage. Off stage, one of them was so quiet that people wanted to take a stick and pry his mouth open, while the other was so noisy that people wanted to take a stick and beat his mouth shut. On stage, Zhou Zekai was the absolute core of the team and the main attacker. Wherever he was, that was where the most intense battle was taking place. Using his firepower, he pushed his team forward. As for Huang Xiaoshan, Team Blue Rain's strategies didn't completely revolve around him. He was like a specter wandering the battlefield, giving the feeling that he didn't exist. However, every move he made would leave a rain of blood behind. This was his opportunistic style. His numbers weren't impressive at all, but when looking at the content of a match as a whole, his existence could not be ignored because without him, the match would have ended with a completely different result. The other part of him, which definitely showed he existed, dominated the entire field. People could easily compare the similarities between the two players. At the same time, people could easily compare the differences between the two players as well. Huang Xiaoshan had become famous earlier than Zhou Zekai, but after Zhou Zekai became famous, these two names were frequently spoken about together. However, as of now, most people consider Zhou Zekai to be a bit better. After all, an opportunist like Huang Xiaoshan required a precondition, an opportunity. If his opponents never gave him that sort of opportunity, his presence instantly diminished. This wasn't something that had never happened before. During the match, it would seem as if he didn't exist, but those familiar with his style would wait for him to suddenly jump out and give a fright. However, when the match ended, everyone realized, what? This time he really didn't exist. Finding an opportunity was just one matter. Seizing the opportunity was another. Even for a master like Huang Xiaoshan, he couldn't guarantee that he could seize every opportunity that passed by. There would be moments where he did nothing, and with his style, if he failed to grasp the opportunity, he would be useless during the match. Because of the weaknesses in his style, Huang Xiaoshan was less consistent than Zhou Zekai, so most people considered him slightly worse. However, Huang Xiaoshan had a championship title under his belt. At that time, he played the decisive role in their victory, so no one completely counted him out. This time, these two gods would be meeting up in the finals. Whoever won would not only defeat his opponent, but would also take the championship cup as proof. This debate would finally come to an end here. All of the fans had been waiting for an entire year for this day to come. The fans of the both teams had done all sorts of things to support their teams. The game was the most direct way of confrontation. The two guilds clashed with each other constantly, making the guild leaders exhausted from their efforts. Yes, they were exhausted. Because the day before the finals, any conflict would erupt into an all-out war, peacefully settle it and retreat. This was how the club guilds usually handled conflicts, but it didn't suit the particular occasion. At this moment, they needed to show their strength. The team needed to, as well as the team's fans. Even if they wouldn't gain any benefits, they absolutely couldn't back down. Wei Chen was the group leader for Samsara's fifth group. This period of time hadn't been easy for him either. He had very little free time to begin with. For the past few days, as soon as he got online, the guild leader would call for him and then have him rush towards a certain location. In an intense battle, how could there be any shortage of elite players? But because of the crises during this particular period of time, Wei Chen was being noticed by Samsara. In their eyes, Wei Chen's ability to lead was very high. Even amidst the chaos, he was sharp and decisive. Using a talent like him to lead teams in dungeons was a waste. He should be used to fight for wild bosses. That was a battlefield between players. If they didn't utilize such talents, wouldn't that be a waste? The upper echelons of Samsara discussed with each other. A portion of them believed that he should be used to fight for wild bosses. Another portion of them still didn't fully trust him. However, these doubts were eventually dispelled after a bunch of reverse reasoning. Samsara's core members discussed this issue, and unanimously felt that sending such an expert to be a spy was way too wasteful. If he were placed in any other guild, he would, without a doubt, be taking the lead in the wild boss fights. What could he gain from being a spy? Samsara's core members pondered over this question. They couldn't think of any reason for an expert like Wei Chen to be a spy for such a long period of time. He couldn't be trying to vie for the guild leader position, right? It was impossible. The main guild leader was appointed by the club. It wasn't something that one's performance or the public opinion could decide. Samsara's core members couldn't think of any other reasons. The probability of Wei Chen being a spy was very small. The guild would always consider the value of a spy in terms of the competition between guilds. After getting rid of their doubts towards Wei Chen, his value became even greater than the potential risks. As a result, during the restless days before the finals, Wei Chen was appointed group leader for Samsara's second elite group. In a wild boss fight, guilds usually dispatched more than 2 groups. The first group would be led by the guild leader. This was just a matter of the guild leader's authority. As for the second group, their chances of participating in a wild boss fight were about the same as the first group. For Wei Chen to reach this position, he had reached the peak of his career as a spy. However, after becoming the second group's leader, it wasn't easy to find a place for his friends. The members of the first and second group weren't randomly placed. Even though the skill levels of his friends weren't bad under the guidance of Wei Chen, they still weren't better than the top players of these club guilds. These were the top experts in the game. In terms of skill level, they were better than Wei Chen's friends, and they far surpassed them in terms of equipment. What should I do? Wei Chen asked Ye Xiu. His plans couldn't keep up with the changes. His rise in position far exceeded his expectations. Second group, that's not easy to control, Ye Xiu said. Exactly. I can't get any of my people into the group either. If I wanted to do a sudden betrayal, it wouldn't be convenient anymore. If I give an unreasonable order, let alone the group not following my order, it might expose me too, Wei Chen said. Don't worry. I didn't say it completely depended on you. You'll just be coordinating with us. We have a few helpers already. We're about ready to act now, Ye Xiu said. Where are the helpers? Wei Chen asked. Over there. Ye Xiu nudged his head to point them out. Just those 2. Wei Chen was a bit speechless. Ye Xiu had pointed to Tang Ru and Steamed Bun. They had both just entered the heavenly domain. With the huge experience rewards in the heavenly domain, Tang Ru had reached level 70. She had maxed out 5,000 skill points and was figuring out how to allocate them. Steamed Bun's Steamed Bun Invasion wasn't max leveled yet, but with his skill, a level or 2 difference wouldn't make too much of a difference. Even though their skill levels far surpassed normal players, if they went to join a wild boss fight with countless players, wouldn't their influence be too little? Little cold hands can come with us too, Ye Xiu said. After upgrading Little Cold Hand's account, they had sent it back to him. Couldn't you at least get 5 people? Wei Chen said. Don't we also have our boss? Ye Xiu said. Her, Wei Chen said. What about me? Chen Guo raised her eyebrow. To put it plainly, you kind of suck. Wei Chen wasn't scared of Chen Guo's threat. He spat out the truth, not giving her any face. Better than nothing. Ye Xiu also said the truth and didn't give her any face. You two can both go die. Chen Guo was furious. So now we have 5. Ye Xiu said. 5, wow, how amazing. Wei Chen nodded his head. Could your friends help us out too? Ye Xiu asked. It wasn't easy for them to get into Samsara. Isn't that just asking for them to be exposed as spies? Wei Chen said. You can use your original accounts. Hasn't the danger passed already? Ye Xiu asked. Oh, those accounts never regained their experience, Wei Chen said. At that time they had ravaged the guilds and had been killed many times in return. Who knew how many levels these accounts had gone down by? In any case, if they were 10 levels below the max level, they couldn't come. Even if it were 10 levels, going from 60 to 70 wasn't a matter of a few days, even in the heavenly domain. Or I could have them leave. In any case, with my current position, they can't really help me anymore, Wei Chen said. That's hard to say. Getting in wasn't easy. If we can have them there, we should let them stay there. If we need helpers, you can send them a batch to use, Ye Xiu said. That's fine too, Wei Chen nodded his head. Even though he didn't have any on him, he had more than enough money to buy them. Are there still any wild bosses that haven't spawned this week? Ye Xiu asked. How would I know? I just got the position, Wei Chen said. If one spawns, we'll immediately act and try our luck, Ye Xiu said. With just you lot, don't joke. Even if no one touches you guys won't be able to gain the boss's aggro. How much damage can 3 people output? Wei Chen said. 3 is too few. We'll find someone to collaborate with, Ye Xiu said. Who? Heavenly Justice, Ye Xiu said, the King's Avatar chapter 646. What an unsurprising answer. Wei Chen commented on Ye Xiu's reply. From an overall view of the heavenly domain, only Heavenly Justice's infamous name could match Lord Grimm's. All of the other club guilds had suffered under Ye Xiu's hands, starting from the 10th server and stretched all the way to the heavenly domain. No one would feel at ease if they wanted to collaborate again. Only Heavenly Justice had kept good relations with him the entire time. They constantly worked together in their mutual interest. Furthermore, Lulan Slash spoke for Heavenly Justice. The guild leaders of other club guilds were just young household members who went out for work. In order to profit, they were willing to do whatever was necessary. On the other hand, with Lulan Slash's status, if he mercilessly committed terrible acts just for a boss, he would stand out too much. With the decision made, Ye Xiu contacted Lulan Slash. He had the game open on his computer and checked to see that Lulan Slash was online, so he messaged him. "What are you busy with?" Ye Xiu had used this greeting who knew how many times, and he never thought of changing it up. "Nothing really. Ha ha." Lulan Slash replied, "Let's go steal a boss." Ye Xiu went straight to the point. "Which boss?" Lulan Slash asked. "Wild boss," Ye Xiu said. "Where? How would I know? You don't have that type of information," Ye Xiu asked. Lulan Slash felt awkward. What type of situation is this? "Oh, is Heavenly Justice developing smoothly in regards to wild bosses?" Ye Xiu asked. "It's so-so," Lulan Slash said. "What does so-so even mean? How many bosses did you get last week?" Ye Xiu asked. Three is so-so. You're not modest at all," Ye Xiu sighed. The heavenly domain was huge. There were so many maps, and if each map had a wild boss, Ye Xiu didn't know how many wild bosses spawned per week. However, he was certain that 3 was a very small number. Calling that number so-so was not being modest at all. "That's so-so for us." Lulan Slash forced a smile. Ye Xiu was happy. It wasn't that he was happy at their misfortune. Heavenly Justice clearly wasn't too successful at obtaining bosses, to which Ye Xiu wasn't surprised. The club guilds had a much stronger foundation. Just by comparing their guild storages, the average quality of equipment in the club guilds was certainly higher than the average quality of equipment in Heavenly Justice. Better equipment meant more strength. The weaker forces would obviously have a harder time getting wild bosses. If they couldn't get wild bosses, Ye Xiu could use this as a bargaining chip. Otherwise, if they already won bosses easily, there would be no reason to negotiate at all. "I'll help you. Let's collaborate. How about we split the drops 50-50, Ye Xiu proposed. "If we can actually get the wild bosses, then that won't be a problem." Lulan Slash agreed. His guild could only successfully steal 3 bosses across the span of a week. How could things get any worse? He was willing to agree with anything Ye Xiu suggested. Try everything when you're desperate. "Good. If you learn anything, let me know," Ye Xiu said. "No problem," Lulan Slash said. Ye Xiu closed the chat window. Not long afterwards, Lulan Slash messaged him. Ye Xiu wasn't too surprised at the quick response. Wild bosses spawned randomly. In this business, every second, starting from midnight on Monday, mattered. You had to be ready to go into battle at any moment. The elite groups of the club guilds were responsible for the wild bosses, and it wasn't an easy task. They weren't professional gamers. When a boss appeared, they had to act immediately as if it were an emergency. When Ye Xiu looked at Lulan Slash's message, he discovered that it wasn't about a boss, but about the skill book guide. "Oh, it's gone. It's already been sold," Ye Xiu replied. "Ah, is that so? That's too bad." Lulan Slash was a bit regretful, but he wasn't too surprised. At that time, he was very clear about why Ye Xiu had come to him. Even though he had rejected the offer, he knew that there would certainly be buyers. In the end, Ye Xiu didn't look for him again, so he guessed that Ye Xiu had successfully sold it. Lulan Slash simply confirmed his guess, and now he didn't need to think about it anymore. The two didn't say anything more and went on with their own business. Ye Xiu's Lord Grimm wasn't max leveled yet, so he naturally spent most of his time leveling. As he walked around, the heavenly domain really was chaotic. Samsara and Blue Rain didn't only fight with each other as a guild. Their fans often argued with each other on their own basis too. Apart from these two teams, Tiny Herb and Misty Rain weren't happy after being eliminated either. If they received any sort of taunting from the winners, they wouldn't endure it. There were also the teams that had been eliminated in the first round. No fan would feel happy about their own team being eliminated and would often want to gain back some face through the game. If there was nothing to dispute about, they would find something to dispute about. The heavenly domain didn't have any safe zones apart from cities. A player could kill another player anywhere at any time. Everyone was on edge because of the playoffs. Ye Xiu's Lord Grim hadn't even left the city yet when Lulan Slash messaged him again. This time a boss had appeared, but when Ye Xiu looked at the name Sewer King, he suddenly lost interest. Sewer King Lukashu. His name sounded domineering. King. But in reality, he was just some rogue in the sewers. It's not like Ye Xiu had anything against him. It was just that this boss was only level 55. There were materials that they needed from low-leveled bosses, but Ye Xiu didn't have many helpers. The amount of time and effort that they could put in was very limited, so he hoped for a high-leveled boss. Even if they didn't have any low-leveled boss materials, they could use high-leveled boss materials to trade. Wild boss materials were difficult to buy, but trading for other materials wasn't that hard. Each team had different classes and different equipment that they used, so they each required different materials. All materials were welcome, but they would need some materials more than others. The market for trading uncommon materials for other uncommon materials was very active. With this sort of background, no matter what they actually needed, level 70 bosses were always more valuable than level 55 bosses. Unfortunately, Lulan Slash only reported a level 55 boss. Even though it was a bit regretful, it was better than nothing. Ye Xiu called for Tang Ru, Steamed Bun, and Chen Guo. They headed towards Lulan Slash's meeting location. As for Wei Chen, he hadn't received any message from Samsara. It wasn't that Samsara didn't know, but it was more likely that this level 55 boss wasn't something that the main guild's second elite group was needed to deal with. Lukashu was the sewer king. The sewers were a city facility, so it wasn't in some desolate area. Instead, the sewers had turned into a leveling area at Hessian City. Ye Xiu and the three others found a teleport location in the nearest cities to them and teleported to Hessian City. They saw quite a few players heading towards a single direction, and all of them had guild tags above their heads. Ye Xiu's Lord Grim had a guild tag too. Lord Grim, Soft Mist, and Steamed Bun Invasion were all under Heavenly Justice's name, mainly for the stat points and benefits of being a part of a guild. There are a lot of people already, Ye Xiu sighed. The top guilds had their own methods for killing wild bosses. On Monday, everyone would be spread out all across the heavenly domain. Every time a wild boss was killed, they naturally wouldn't search that area again. As for the bosses that hadn't been cleared yet, there would always be guild members wandering in that area. This wasn't just a game. It was important work for the clubs. Shouldn't we keep a low profile? Chen Guo was the crowds of people and was worried that Lord Grim's name would stand out too much. The amount of attention towards him was much higher than Sewer King Lukashu. Low profile is better. Ye Xiu agreed. They took a roundabout route and messaged Lulan Slash about their situation. There are quite a few people, Lulan Slash replied. His group had arrived earlier than Ye Xiu's had. They naturally knew about the boss' exact location, so they moved towards that location. This level 55 city didn't have many players inside, but the closer they got to the location, the more people they saw. Ye Xiu wasn't too interested in this level 55 boss, but the club guilds still considered it important work. How many guilds are present? Ye Xiu asked. I've seen 5 so far, Lulin Slash said. Have they started fighting the boss yet? Ye Xiu asked. They should be starting soon, Lulin Slash said. Level 55 bosses weren't difficult to beat for the level 70 Heavenly Domain players, so they usually wouldn't waste time facing the boss. Once there were enough people, they would start attacking. Beating the boss was easy, so whoever started first held the advantage. Ah, they've started, Lulin Slash reported. Which guild? Ye Xiu asked. Blue Brook Guild, Lulin Slash said. They have a lot of energy after making it into the finals. Ye Xiu replied. We should move out too. Where are you? I still don't see you, Lulin Slash said. We're not there yet. They've started, so you should start too. Put out damage and kill others if there are any opportunities. Ye Xiu said. What about you? We'll cut them off en route. Ye Xiu said. He called out to Tang Ru, Steamed Bun, and Chen Guo. They rushed forward and just happened to bump into 2 Blue Brook Guild players. How lucky, Ye Xiu said. The 2 players saw Lord Grimm and were startled too. When they heard Ye Xiu speak, they thought he had something to say, but in the next second, several attacks shot towards them and one of them died immediately. The other one was alarmed. He hastily tried to defend himself, but the brave Steamed Bun invasion had already pounced on him. The 2 Blue Brook Guild players instantly fell. Ye Xiu led the 3 towards the sewers to continue player hunting. The guilds were still sending their players towards the boss, so they all arrived at different times. The players hadn't gathered together into large groups yet, so the 4 of them blocked off small parties. They worked especially hard against Blue Brook Guild's players. The boss fight had already started down in the sewers. The guilds didn't have enough people, so they were carefully fighting the boss while waiting for their reinforcements to arrive. However, the guilds soon received information about their players being ambushed. Who? They obviously had to ask this question. When they heard the answer, they turned pale with fright. Lord Grimm had been quiet for a long time. Why did he start acting up again all of a sudden? FCK. The person leading Blue Brook Guild's side slammed his keyboard. Why am I so unlucky? The King's Avatar Chapter 647 Blue River, or Blue Bridge Spring Snow, as he was more commonly known as in the Heavenly Domain, had been pretty depressed after all the ruckus in the 10th server. The top guilds had finally gotten back on track after Lord Grimm left for the Heavenly Domain. Although Team Samsara had the most momentum this year, the one at the top was still Team Blue Rain. Guild Samara relied on their momentum in the pro scene to gain popularity among the new players in the 10th server. However, first place was still first place. Blue Brook Guild's development in the 10th server continued smoothly. Managing a guild in a normal server seemed to be less glamorous than working in the Heavenly Domain. But in reality, to those in the clubs who treated the game as their job, it was a more important role than being another top expert or elite group leader in the Heavenly Domain. Having experienced the hardships of starting up a guild in a new server, Blue River was tired of all the various schemes and competition between the guilds. After Blue Brook Guild finally stepped onto the right track in the 10th server, Blue River immediately went to Changing Spring and resigned. He would much rather give up the better position of a normal server's guild leader and just be an elite expert in the Heavenly Domain. Changing Spring obviously couldn't force someone to do something that he didn't want to do, so after handing over the account for the 10th server guild leader, Blue River became the Blade Master Blue Bridge Spring Snow once again. Tired of all the fighting between guilds, Blue River didn't even participate much in wild boss fights, the most direct form of guild competitions. He spent his days leisurely bringing teams into dungeons. Blue River had given up something that many would fight for, but as one of the veterans in Blue Brook Guild, he still enjoyed his fair share of respect from his fellow guild members. On the other hand, even though he no longer actively involved himself with PvP anymore, if there were some kind of emergency, he wouldn't sit back and do nothing. Once Team Blue Rain got into the finals in the first place, The fans of the eliminated teams, along with Team Samara, often clashed with Blue Brook Guild. Any kind of small argument would quickly evolve into a full-scale war. Being active in the heavenly domain, Blue River had been dragged into plenty of said fights. The good thing was that these battles were based entirely on emotions, so they didn't require a lot of effort to deal with. Still, these sort of conflicts and wild bosses had to be handled properly. Upon receiving the news of the appearance of the Sewer King Ye Xiu, the main guild leader Changing Spring immediately searched for any core members nearby. Someone from the core of the guild had to lead the wild boss fight. Blue River couldn't be any closer to the boss when Changing Spring sent out the rallying call, so he answered it since he wasn't shameless enough to pretend to be offline. The guild had absolute trust in Blue River. Therefore, he immediately became the commander for this battle. Even though he hadn't done this kind of work in a while, Blue River wasn't unfamiliar with it. Thinking back about it, he had once been cannon fodder too. Over time, he had climbed up, from main attacker to team leader to group leader to the overall commander for an entire operation, and finally he was tired of doing it. As he sighed incessantly, his people had arrived and started acting already. For low-level bosses like this, the competition was much more direct. Blue River didn't think anything strange would happen when fighting for a wild boss, but something just had to happen. Shortly after the boss fight had started, Blue River received reports that the people who were rushing over here were being killed before they could arrive. He didn't pay much attention to it until he noticed the names mentioned. Why am I so unlucky? Hadn't that guy gone into hiding? How come the moment I show up he appears again, slaughtering anyone he sees? Why is he so unruly? But was killing players on the way unruly? Not exactly. To get the boss, the guilds would use all means necessary, so there were no rules to speak of. There were only tricks that couldn't be carried out, and no tricks that couldn't be thought of. The top guilds rarely tried to kill players who were en route. It wasn't because they didn't want to do that, but it was because it had never yielded good results in the past. The biggest reason was because they didn't have Ye Xiu's level of skill. The four-person team led by Ye Xiu consisted of Tang Ru, Steamed Bun, and Chen Guo. They overwhelmed any teams with a similar number of people. They would slaughter one group swiftly and then immediately move on to another. For any other normal player, they wouldn't be able to move on from one group to another so quickly, even in an ambush. Without the advantage of numbers, there was only 50% chance for a successful interception. If you wanted an advantage in numbers, then you would have to put in more people. This would result in the other side putting in more manpower as well. In the end, the boss fight would spiral out of control on the way. Most importantly, even if the conflict got out of control like this, neither side would gain an advantage. Ye Xiu's team, on the other hand, was another matter entirely. With their vastly superior skill, he and his group could guarantee an easy 100% win rate. There were few players dwelling around Hessian City normally, and most people arriving had the same destination in mind, so they were all taking the same route. As Ye Xiu's group swept through the area, players from various guilds were sent back to their respawn location. It wasn't until they saw everyone else respawn with them that they noticed something wasn't right. The effects of their ruthless slaughtering was clear when the four people finally slaughtered their way to the boss. Every guild's troops had been scattered around loosely except for Heavenly Justice, whose organized and complete lineup made the other guilds look even more miserable. Ye Xiu didn't say anything upon arrival and led the other three straight into the fray, but they didn't even target the boss instead. They went straight for the players. Noticing that the Lord had arrived, Lulan Slash sent support in right away. With support, especially the help of clerics, Ye Xiu and the others became even more brutal. They swung their blades indiscriminately against anyone who didn't belong to Heavenly Justice. What a vicious way to snatch a boss. Lulen sighed as he watched the other guilds fall into complete disarray. Ye Xiu looked as if he wanted to clean the entire field. How domineering. The guilds only had so many people, and none of them could stop the four effectively. Cooperation, on the other hand, wasn't something that could be achieved easily among them. Ye Xiu's Lord Grim was charging around when a blade came out of nowhere trying to interrupt his offense. Based on the timing of that attack, it was clearly one of rare strikes in this huge mess that had a clear purpose. Lord Grim jumped back to dodge it and swung his view towards the attacker. The team was extremely short on people, so Ye Xiu would pay extra attention to those with exceptional skill. When he turned around, he found that the attacker's id was Blue Bridge Spring Snow. What a familiar name. Where have I heard this name before? Ye Xiu arrived at the answer after some time with the help of the guild tag Blue Brook. Before Blue Bridge Spring Snow's id without it, Ye Xiu probably wouldn't have remembered. Isn't this what's his name's account? How has Blue River been doing recently? Ye Xiu finally said something other than a battle shout, a greeting. I'm Blue River, the opponent replied bitterly. Oh, it's you, so you've returned to the heavenly domain. Then don't you know who I am? Are you seeking your own death? Ye Xiu asked. Blue River was on the verge of bursting into tears. Did he want to come? No. However, in his current position and facing such adversity, he had no choice but to stand up and do something. 2 o'clock. But before Blue River could answer his question, Ye Xiu sped off towards the 2 o'clock direction after giving a shout. Stop running! Blue River chased right after him with a triple slash, but Lord Grim easily dodged with a side step. At the same time, Thousand Chant's umbrella transformed into a spear with a shake of his hand and pierced straight toward Blue River's character with a circle swing, slamming its victim into the ground. Run! This is called strategy. If you can't appreciate it, then don't comment. Ye Xiu commented, leading the other three away in the 2 o'clock direction. Indeed, those who didn't understand the situation well would think that Ye Xiu and the others were just randomly killing people. All their slaughtering was planned out by Ye Xiu with deliberation. Every action had a purpose behind it, to create openings for Lulen to snatch the boss. Ye Xiu had told Lulen beforehand. A few players from Heavenly Justice would help out Ye Xiu and his group, while the others would take the boss. Despite being slammed into the ground, Blue River not only got right back up, but he also gave chase immediately. There was no way he could just lay on the ground and pretend to be dead. Again. Hurry up and leave with your people. There is no way you'll get this boss. Ye Xiu sighed at Blue River, who was chasing after him. Blue River didn't answer. Instead, he simply pointed his blade at Lord Grim again. However, before he could reach his target, a flying kick sent him stumbling away and followed by a storm of fists and kicks mixed with some bricks. These were clearly the skills of a brawler, and the attacker was none other than Steam Bun Invasion. Kiddo, I'm beating you up to save you. If the boss is being so kind to you, then you have to appreciate it. If you make him mad, the consequences will be very severe. Steam Bun lectured while beating Blue River. Blue River's skill level was among top of the regular players, and he had plenty of experience. Even though Steamed Bun was improving very quickly, he couldn't render experts like Blue River completely powerless yet. This one-sided battle only took place because of Steamed Bun's ambush. Before Blue River could even pick himself back up, Steam Bun overwhelmed him with a wave of chaotic attacks. Steamed Bun had incredible mechanical skill. When he got the first hit, there was no chance for Blue River to escape the following onslaught. After being slammed into the ground by Lord Grim, he was now being kicked around like ball on the ground. There was no words that could describe the depression that Blue River felt. Looking around, he realized that all the people from Blue Brook were nowhere to be found, so there was no support. The more he thought about it, the more he admired himself. Where did I find the bravery to charge at all four of them? Did I really come here to kill myself? The King's Avatar Chapter 648 Steamed Bun didn't kill Blue Bridge Spring Snow. Ye Xiu called for him to come over, so he followed after the team to continue with their tactic. Ye Xiu's tactical intentions were very clear and precise. He didn't plan on completely controlling the situation. He just wanted to create chaos amongst all of the other guilds besides Heavenly Justice, leaving them as the sole guild that still had their calm and clear-headedness. They would be able to smoothly execute their plan by taking advantage of the chaos to snatch the boss. The other guilds were having trouble facing Ye Xiu's team. How could they still have the energy to deal with Heavenly Justice? Blue Bridge Spring Snow once again got up from the ground. He turned around and watched the chaotic battle going on. He opened up the list of names in his group. He could still see Blue Brook Guild members alive from this list, but he couldn't even see half of his people on the field. Blue River didn't know what to do in this situation. He could only continue charging forward recklessly. Cheering on the sidelines and pretending to be dead didn't suit his personality. "How's the boss going?" Ye Xiu messaged Lulan/. He had kept a clear mind from start to finish. The chaos that they had brought to the field would only last for a while. During this time, Heavenly Justice needed to establish their advantage over the boss. This was extremely crucial. "Don't worry," Lulan/ replied. His skill level was much higher than normal players. Even Steamed Bun or Tang Ru wouldn't have an easy time against Lulan/. Because Lulan/ and the rest of his team were unrivaled in the game, they thought that once they entered the professional scene, they would immediately be able to be a runner-up for the championship title. Otherwise, if they could only barely win against normal players and thought that they had the strength to be champions, it would only indicate their stupidity. After dispatching a few of his players to support Ye Xiu's team, everyone else focused on the boss. He and his team members were very noticeable compared to normal players. "Hurry up!" Ye Xiu saw that the guild players were continuously streaming in. As the enemy numbers rose, the effects of their killing would diminish. "Understood." After reading Lulan/'s reply, he noticed a sword light flying towards him. Ye Xiu had Lord Grim dodge. He turned his head helplessly. "When did you become so shameless?" "Shameless?" Blue River was about to go crazy. What type of evaluation was that? Everyone was fighting for the boss. You're causing chaos everywhere. I'm attacking you for a completely logical and proper reason, and yet you call me shameless. If you really want to die, there's nothing I can do to stop you," Ye Xiu sighed. "Senior, leave him to me," Steamed Bun shouted as he threw a brick. This time Blue River was prepared. How could he let Steamed Bun surprise him so easily? He stepped to the side and countered with a slash of his sword, but another brick smashed into his face. Steamed Bun obviously couldn't throw a second brick so quickly. Skills had cooldowns. This brick had been thrown by Ye Xiu's Lord Grim. Unspecialized characters could still use this brawler skill. Blue River was stunned by this brick. His character couldn't move, but he could still hear. He heard Ye Xiu lecture Steamed Bun. "Steamed Bun, this is a team battle, not a 1v1. We have to attack as a group and use the quickest method to kill the targets. No matter how weak the opponent is, you can't get careless." Blue River really wanted to die. He was weak compared to a god, but he was still one of Blue Brook Guild's 5 great experts. In the heavenly domain, whether it was in terms of equipment or skills, he was at the peak. How could he stand being called weak? Then he heard Steamed Bun reply, "Senior, that makes a lot of sense. Tang Ru and I will go up together." The 3-second stun from the brick cleared up. Blue River immediately wanted to move, but the other side had listened to their teacher's lesson and moved forward together. No matter how skilled Blue River was, he wouldn't be able to defend against the both of them at the same time. Steamed Bun and Tang Ru quickly killed him. Ye Xiu said, soon after Blue River died, "His equipment is pretty good. Make sure you take any items that he dropped." Blue River completely collapsed after that. After hearing Ye Xiu's reminder, Blue River saw that he had dropped equipment. When he respawned, he immediately opened his inventory. He hadn't dropped just one equipment, but two, his shoulder piece and his necklace equips. No one would be completely unfazed upon losing equipment, even a top-tier expert like Blue River. And because of his high skill level, he rarely died, so his equipment didn't often drop. As a result, when he lost equipment, the feeling of loss was even worse. But against a god, how could he say anything after being crushed? Blue River could only sigh at his poor luck. Soon afterwards, he messaged the players still alive. Retreat. His heroic efforts made him feel like he had already tried his best. With his skill level, he could figure out Ye Xiu's intentions. He tried to block him, but wasn't that the same as trying to stop a train with a mantis? Continuing on was pointless. Blue Brook Guild withdrew. Blue River reported back to Changing Spring. It's fine. It's just a level 55 boss. What a rare sight. Changing Spring typed a few words to console him. Changing Spring felt it was shame that Blue River suddenly stopped working in the normal servers and didn't want a PvP in the heavenly domain. In this day and age, it was very hard to find high-skilled players. High-skilled and reliable players were even more difficult to find. Blue River was undoubtedly one such person. If not, Changing Spring wouldn't have picked him to lead Blue Brook Guild in the new server. However, this new server unexpectedly caused their guild to lose a valuable asset. Changing Spring was unhappy, but also helpless towards Blue River's condition. He could only hope for his mentality to return to normal. The fight for the boss didn't go well, but Changing Spring obviously wouldn't scold him. He had to console him at this moment. Sigh, Lord Grimm suddenly popped up and made a mess. Blue River said, if it weren't for Lord Grimm, Blue Brook Guild probably would have gotten the boss. Changing Spring was shocked. He clearly hadn't received any information about Lord Grimm suddenly showing up in this boss battle. He had went into hiding for so long that everyone had almost forgotten about his existence. Of course, they would never forget about him, but because he hadn't done anything in a long time, they pretended like he had disappeared. In the past, they had attempted to suppress this god, but time after time proved that the correct thing to do was pray and hope this god wouldn't cause trouble for them. The expenses invested into suppressing one person had been very large, and the results were minuscule, so no one really wanted to do it. Unless the god provoked them, they wouldn't take the initiative to bring trouble for themselves. This god had been quiet for a long period of time, so everyone was able to live together in harmony, but now he suddenly popped up again. In this instant, Changing Spring had an ominous foreboding. After coming out of hiding, he probably wouldn't be going back into hiding so fast. The guilds had predicted this god to come out sooner or later. He was planning on forming a team, which directly conflicted with the interests of the club guilds, so they would have to clash sooner or later. Why else did they want to suppress Lord Grimm when he entered the heavenly domain? Unfortunately, they failed to suppress him and eventually settled the matter by leaving him alone. Now he had appeared again. A true boss has respawned. Changing Spring's worries weren't over yet. A message on QQ popped up. Changing Spring looked and saw that it was a message from the discussion group, which had been quiet after Lord Grimm went into hiding. It was the discussion group between the top guilds about how to handle Lord Grimm. Changing Spring checked the message. The person who sent the message was Tyrannical Ambitions Jiangyu. He only said 5 words. Did you hear about it? Changing Spring could feel the seriousness in these 5 words. He was certain that the others felt it too because Herb Garden's Arasima replied, FCK. He's back. All of us knew he'd return eventually. Sigh, there's a difference this time. A total of 4 people have reached the heavenly domain from the 10th server. All of them are his people. And all of them entered without being max leveled too. How did he find all of the experts in that server? The guilds clearly hadn't stopped paying attention to Lord Grimm's side. They just hadn't said anything about it. I didn't see the ghost blade though. someone said. He'll appear sooner or later. What do we do now? What's the situation so far? What else? Let's just go to bed. This time he seems to have allied with heavenly justice. Weren't they always partners? Doesn't this complicate things even more then? The guilds were at a loss. This god alone was already difficult enough to deal with, and heavenly justice wasn't easy to bully either. In terms of strength, the top guilds were still quite a bit stronger than heavenly justice, but heavenly justice was aware of this fact as well, so they looked for other places to fight. They tussled using their identity as clubs. Using several good opportunities to bring up hype about their guild, heavenly justice pushed themselves into a very subtle position. Even though the top guilds wanted to ally together and eliminate them, they didn't dare to. They were afraid of public opinion on this matter. They were afraid the players would accuse them of suppressing all enemies. The guilds couldn't openly suppress heavenly justice, so they could only do it in the dark. The reason heavenly justice was having a hard time getting bosses wasn't just an issue of strength. Right now, they were the enemies of every guild, so it was difficult for them to find any foothold in these kinds of competition. When the guilds cooperated with each other temporarily in these sorts of chaotic battles, they would never cooperate with them. The top guilds could only pressure them in this way. If they were too obvious and direct, with heavenly justice's previous actions, heavenly justice would certainly blow it out of proportions and gain the sympathy of many fans. Heavenly justice's actions truly made the other guilds envious and disdainful. However, the clubs had given them the order to not give heavenly justice any more opportunities. Under this order, they couldn't make any big movements against heavenly justice. Now that these two difficult opponents had allied together, the guild leaders were about to go bald from stress. The King's Avatar Chapter 649, while the guilds smashed their heads against the walls thinking about how to deal with these two difficult opponents. The level 55 wild boss Sewer King Ye Xiu was killed. The battle concluded without any suspense. In the end, heavenly justice snatched the boss away. The top guilds didn't care too much about a level 55 boss, but their indignance wasn't because of this boss, but because it was a new era of dark times. When Ye Xiu's party had rushed over to the boss fight, relentless had added them to his guild. In the group channel, everyone could clearly see what items relentless had obtained. "God, which ones do you want? You pick first," relentless privately messaged Ye Xiu. Sure, Ye Xiu wasn't polite. He didn't take too few or too many. He picked out enough materials that were equivalent in value to the few he didn't take. This was a tacit agreement between the two sides. relentless was generous, and Ye Xiu was aware that if they wanted their good relations to continue in the long term, there would need to be many subtle agreements. Today went very smoothly. If I get any more information, I'll notify you immediately. relentless was in a good mood. No problem, as long as I'm online, Ye Xiu replied. This was one issue that couldn't be resolved. Because they only had a limited number of hands, Ye Xiu couldn't stay in game for 24 hours like the top guilds. Ye Xiu's group needed to rest. There was nothing they could do about letting many of the bosses go. Why else would Ye Xiu hope to encounter higher-leveled bosses? There are still a lot of bosses left. Keep up the hard work, relentless said. Oh, how many are left? Ye Xiu lacked information about wild bosses. When a wild boss was killed, the system would publicly announce it, but keeping track of the remaining wild bosses required someone to do so. Furthermore, it was possible that he might not be on or simply failed to notice the system announcement. I'll send you the list. Sure enough, relentless was very active with this kind of work. He had an organized list of which bosses had been killed for the week. A list of data was sent over. The heavenly domain continued to expand. There were currently 69 maps between level 55 to level 70. Apart from the wild boss in each map, there were also wild bosses that appeared under special circumstances. Adding it all up, the total number of wild bosses amounted to 74. Among these, 20 of them were level 70 bosses. These level 70 bosses were, without a doubt, the most important ones. When more than one boss appeared, the top guilds would prioritize these 20 bosses over the rest. These 20 bosses were the most difficult PvE content available in Glory. Even without outside interference, a club guild couldn't guarantee certain victory against one. It wouldn't be the first time a boss had swept up in a river of blood and completely wiped the field. Ye Xiu opened up the boss count for this week. Of these 20 bosses, 7 of them had already been killed, and 13 of them still remained. Adding that together with the other wild bosses, there were a total of 43 bosses remaining, over half. It seems like we'll be pretty busy. Wei Chen took a glance at the list and made a comment. The more we meet the better, Ye Xiu said. We can't miss a single opportunity, Wei Chen added. They continued to level while waiting for Lulen's news, but everything continued to be silent. Ye Xiu paid attention to the system announcements on the global chat, but he didn't notice any announcements of a wild boss being killed, so it wasn't Heavenly Justice's fault. Nighttime soon arrived and not a single boss had spawned. Lord Grimm had finally reached level 70 though, so he no longer needed to worry about being suppressed because of his level anymore. How sad, to think not a single boss would spawn, Lulen messaged in sorrow. There's nothing that can be done. Ye Xiu was also helpless. It was all by chance. You would think that with so many bosses available, one of them would appear, but no matter how much you wanted one to spawn, it just wouldn't. What could you do? I'm going to go watch the match. Lulen said his goodbyes. The finals were about to start. Keep a watch on the bosses, Ye Xiu hastily reminded. Finals, Lulen stressed as if Ye Xiu didn't know. Watch the game while watching the match, Ye Xiu said. The problem is that it isn't just me. At this time, I won't be able to get anyone under me to keep an eye out for them, Lulen said. Ye Xiu thought about it and had to agree. It was almost 8. Usually, it would be peak hours for the game at this time, but looking at the heavenly domain right now, it was as if it were the middle of the night. For an important match that only took place once a year, if you said you weren't going to watch it, you would certainly be looked down upon. How could you even be considered a Glory fan after saying that? It wasn't just casually taking a look either. It was a put everything aside and watch. For Wei Chen, there wasn't anyone left for him to lead. All of them had gone to watch the finals. As guild members of a participating team, if they didn't watch the match, they would be suspicious of pretending to be a fan of Samsara. However, club guilds were still club guilds. The core elites were semi-professional gamers. Watching wild bosses every day was part of their regular work. Most of the guild members could take breaks to watch the finals, but did that mean employees could? As a result, there were still people from the big guilds wandering about. This wasn't something Lulen could do. Even though their team was planning on officially joining next season, their guild was still a player guild. There was nothing he could do if no one wanted to work at this time. This is the sort of time when an opportunity might appear. Everyone is watching the finals, so if we focus on looking for bosses instead, we might reap enormous profit. Don't forget that a lot of the bosses haven't spawned yet. What if several suddenly spawn during the match? You're about to become a pro player and you still care about watching the match live. When you study matches, you have to keep on replaying them until you want to vomit. Missing a match isn't going to be the end of the world. Ye Xiu urged Lulen. The content of the match is secondary. More important is getting to know who this season's champion will be, Lulen said. Samsara, Ye Xiu said. HM, Lulen immediately realized. You sold the guide to Samsara. Isn't that obvious? Didn't you notice that Samsara's characters suddenly improved drastically? Ye Xiu said. I heard about it, Lulen said. And now you know the reason. But that doesn't necessarily mean that they'll win the finals for certain, no, Lulen said. If they play badly, then there's nothing to be said, Ye Xiu said. So you're saying that as long as they play normally, Samsara will definitely win, Lulan said. I don't want to say it's guaranteed, but I favor Samsara, Ye Xiu said. Now I want to see the match even more, Lulan said. Just leave your game open on the side. If some information comes up, just notify me. It's not like everyone in your guild is gone. Just have them be on the lookout for wild bosses, Ye Xiu said. All right, Lulan gave in. I hope to hear some good news, Ye Xiu said. I hope a boss doesn't appear. Lulan only had the match in his heart. It hadn't been easy to convince Lulan to not miss this opportunity. Ye Xiu obviously had to keep an eye out in game as well. When they watched matches in Happy, they usually didn't go downstairs. They used the projector in their practice room. Everything had been set up already, but Chen Guo wasn't there. The internet cafe naturally became more crowded because it was time for the finals. As the boss, Chen Guo personally went down to watch over everything in case something unexpected came up. You're not going to watch the match. Wei Chen saw that Ye Xiu was still playing the game. The match would be starting in a few minutes. The two sides were already seated. Ye Xiu once again explained to Wei Chen how good of an opportunity it was right now. Wei Chen was slightly moved by his words, but he still refuted. I'm still Blue Rain's former captain. I feel like I should seriously support my mother team. You just sold a huge advantage to your mother team's opponents, Ye Xiu reminded. Uh-oh, Wei Chen slapped his forehead. He suddenly seemed to have just realized what he had done. That's why I'm saying, let's dungeon instead, Ye Xiu said. His Lord Grim headed towards a level 70 dungeons. When he got to level 70, he needed to carefully pay attention to his equipment. Self-made equipment was his final goal. For now, he could only make do with what the game currently provided for him. Ye Xiu had some ideas of what orange, purple, and blue equipment that he wanted. What dungeon? Wei Chen asked. He looked towards Ye Xiu's screen and raised his eyebrows. He immediately cursed. FCK, how am I supposed to watch while clearing this dungeon? Ye Xiu was standing outside a 5-person level 70 dungeon entrance. Wei Chen knew that with their skill, the two of them could beat the dungeon, but it wouldn't be that easy for them either. They still had to pay attention and not make any mistakes. Under that sort of situation, how could he give any attention towards watching the match? If he wanted to watch while playing, he would need to be playing in one of those low-level dungeons where he could close his eyes and still clear it easily. It's not just us two, so it'll be a bit easier, Ye Xiu said and called over Tang Ru and Steamed Bun. Tang Ru wasn't too conflicted about not watching the match. Steamed Bun was the same. When he heard the call, he immediately rushed over. Tang Ru's soft mist and Steamed Bun invasion had been level 70 for some time now, but their equipment still wasn't any good. They were all equipment from small 5-player dungeons. Their equipment was far from the quality of those that came out of 100-player dungeons. The 3 players entered a dungeon. The clock hit 8 and the finals officially started. Ye Xiu started by pulling the first wave of monsters in the dungeon. We don't even have a cleric. No matter how many people we have, it won't be enough to watch the match at the same time, Wei Chen grumbled. He felt like he had been scammed by Ye Xiu. Without a cleric, he would need to be careful to not get hit. In this kind of situation, he couldn't get distracted. The King's Avatar. Thank you for listening to the story on KevinAudio.com chapter 650. Left, left, left. Interrupt, interrupt, interrupt. Retreat, retreat, retreat. The constant yelling that was coming from Happy's practice room almost completely drowned out the commentary for the finals. It was hard to believe that these guys were running an easy 5-player dungeon, even more so with 2 former pros and 2 mechanically skilled players. After taking care of another chaotic situation, the 4 of them released a sigh of relief. It wasn't that the dungeon was hard, but rather that none of them were fully focused on their playing. Even Ye Xiu, who had urged everyone to run the dungeon, also gave a few glances at the ongoing match from time to time. A slight misstep and the situation devolved into chaos. Their progress through the dungeon was not going smoothly. Every small wave of monsters was as if they had encountered a final boss. If not for their high skill levels, who knew how many times they would have died already? In the end, they failed to clear the dungeon with still a third of the dungeon left to go. I say, if we really need equipment instead of running dungeons, why not just find a few players wandering around and kill them? Wei Chen said angrily. In his eyes, obtaining equipment like how normal players got theirs through running dungeons was a complete waste of time. Instead, if they saw good equipment on a player, it would be more efficient to just directly treat that player like a boss and kill him for his equipment to drop. In addition, this method was less reliant on luck. If you wanted a certain class's equipment, then just kill a player of that class. A battle mage obviously wouldn't wear a blade master's equipment. Finding a specific piece of equipment by running dungeons was much more troublesome. There were a total of 24 classes in Glory, and each class had their own respective equipment. Very few classes shared equipment. In the dungeon that they had just run, they hadn't found any suitable equipment from the two bosses that they had managed to kill. The only thing they could do with equipment for other classes was sell them or find someone to trade with, which was also very time-consuming. Wei Chen felt that doing this sort of proper and upright practice was beneath him. "Aren't you afraid of the boss kicking you out if you randomly kill people for equipment?" Ye Xiu said. "It's not like she's here right now. Steamed bun, little Tang, you won't tell her, right?" Wei Chen said. "It's you guys who will be getting the equipment. Stop with your nonsense." Ye Xiu said. "This really isn't a good way of doing things. Even using money to buy equipment is more worthwhile. The time needed is too high otherwise." Wei Chen said. "Do you think I don't know that? I really need an equipment from this dungeon and I didn't see it in the market." Ye Xiu said. "What do you need?" Wei Chen asked. "Rising Wind Pendant," Ye Xiu said. "Oh, that one, you want to stack jumping power." Wei Chen immediately understood. It was a fairly famous piece of equipment. Anything that came out of a 5-player dungeon wouldn't be considered too valuable. Its base stats, such as its magic resistance, couldn't compare to drops from 10-player, 20-player, or 100-player dungeons. The tiny bit of intelligence and spirit bonus wouldn't move any magic class, but its +8 to jumping power was its only highlight. It was the highest bonus of any pendant. However, whether this +8 to jumping power was worth sacrificing magic resistance, and even other base stats was something that needed to be considered. Normally, any class that didn't require intelligence or spirit wouldn't even consider this pendant. The sacrifice was too much. However, Ye Xiu's Lord Grimm was an unspecialized character, which could use skills from all of the 24 classes. Any stat was valuable to him, so he had decided on this pendant. However, even though this Rising Wind pendant came out of a 5-player dungeon, it was still an orange equipment, so it naturally had a very low drop rate. With a very low drop rate and a low demand, no one would treat this kind of equipment as a valuable good. This dungeon had been one of the first level 70 dungeons to be added to the game, so few players came. As a result, it was rare to see a Rising Wind pendant in the market. Ye Xiu could only depend on his luck. Wei Chen was quite clear about the circumstances, so he didn't say anything more. The finals had already reached the team competition portion. In the previous individual and group competitions, the two teams each had their own victories. In the individual competition, Blue Rain had sent Yu Feng as the starter. This all-star level berserker didn't disappoint and gave Blue Rain a good opening. In the next 2 rounds, each of them won 1. After the individual competition ended, Blue Rain had a total of 2 points, while Samsara had 1. The scoring for the playoffs were slightly different than it was in the regular season. The individual competition wasn't any different. Each round was worth 1 point. The group arena was worth more points than normal. It was worth 2.5 points. On the other hand, the final team competition was worth fewer points than normal. It was only worth 4 points. As a result, each match was worth 9.5 points. For both the home and away games, there were a total of 19 points possible. As long as neither of the matches in the home and away games were complete opposites of each other, there would never be a situation where both teams had equal points. Of course, a tiebreaker still had to be considered. If both teams tied, they would add an additional competition to decide the winner. Ye Xiu and the other 4 also glanced at the group arena competition following from time to time. In the end, Samsara won. Samsara currently held the lead with 3.5 points to Blue Rain's 2. The team competition was always the highlight of the match. Whether it was in the regular season or in the playoffs, most matches would be decided here. After a short break, the team competition began. The two sides readied themselves as the screen showed their lineups. On Samsara's side, Captain Zhou Zheka and Vice-Captain Jiang Batao would obviously be leading the team. Next was a grappler player, Lu Boyuan, an assassin player, Wu Qi, a cleric player, Fang Minghua, and their 6th player was a blade master player, Du Ming. On Blue Rain's side, the 3 all-stars, Captain Yu Wenzhou, Vice-Captain Huang Xiaoshan, and berserker player Yu Feng would be competing. Next was a Spitfire player, Zheng Xuan, a paladin player, Su Jingxi, and the 6th person was a Qi master player, Song Zio. Both teams had blade masters, but the one on Samsara's side, Du Ming, was their reserve player. On the other hand, Blue Rain's Huang Xiaoshan was their ace player. Of the 2 healing classes which would directly be opposing each other, one team had a cleric, while the other had a paladin. Healers were essential in the pro scene. They would almost always appear in the team competitions. It had been proven through countless matches that pure offensive teams weren't dependable enough in the pro alliance. Pure offensive teams could sometimes win in an astonishing display of prowess, but consistently performing at that high of a level was way too difficult. At least, up until now, any team that had tried to attempt a pure offensive style had vanished like smoke in thin air. Paladins and clerics were both priest classes. Both of them had healing skills and could be considered specialized healers. When clerics weren't healing, clerics had other spells to restrict or attack their opponents. On the other hand, when paladins weren't healing, their defensive stats were outstanding. They would often take a damaging role or be a main tank like a knight. Oftentimes, just by looking at whether the healer was a cleric or a paladin, one could usually guess what style the team was planning to use. Teams with a cleric were more offense-oriented. They preferred to use damage to control the battle. Teams with a paladin usually played a slower and steadier pace. Samsara and Blue Rain had each settled on a style. Samsara's offensive capabilities didn't need to be questioned. While Blue Rain wasn't considered a defense-oriented team, their team was more balanced. Are we going to be watching the match or continue with the dungeon? Seeing that they might even miss the team competition, Wei Chen felt a bit reluctant. It was the finals. As pro players, they were still huge fans of glory. Even if they didn't have any emotional investment into the teams playing, watching high-level play was always a treat. Fine, let's watch. Ye Xiu felt a bit reluctant too. He had wanted to watch the match while running the dungeon, but it seemed that they couldn't do both at the same time. Now that it was the team competition, he didn't want to continue either. Let's watch the match first. Wei Chen immediately let go of his mouse. The 4 characters stood in the middle of the dungeon as their players watched the match. The lineups on the 2 teams were introduced. Each character had their own characteristics. Afterwards, the commentator and guest made predictions. Whether or not Samsara's skill points had improved was no longer a secret. It was just that no one had an exact number, and Samsara naturally wouldn't announce it to the public. The commentator and guest made their guesses. When Ye Xiu and the others heard their guesses, they knew that they were being too conservative. None of them dared to say that Samsara had characters with maxed out skill points. They only guessed that these characters might have the most skill points in all of glory. Then again, Ye Xiu didn't know if Zhou Zekai's or Jiang Badao's character actually reached 5,000 skill points or not. According to the drop rate, it shouldn't have been a problem, but who knows if their luck turned sour. After listening to the commentary by the commentator and guest for a while, the match officially began. A team's placing in the regular season could give the team an advantage in the playoffs. For example, Team Blue Rain was first place in the regular season, so for the 2 matches played in the finals, Team Blue Rain would play their first match as their away game and their second match as their home game. This allowed them to figure out how to fully utilize their home game advantage based on how the first game went. The first match of the finals would be Samsara's home game, so they had the right to pick the map. In the end, Samsara picked the map, Grass Blowing in the Wind. This was a map filled with tall grass, so the terrain could provide protection to the team. However, the tall grass only blocked vision. It didn't help defend against an attack. To use this as their map, Samsara was clearly planning on making aggressive attacks. There were many different ways a team could use a map to their advantage, but they generally followed one rule. After the map was chosen and the 2 teams gave their okay, they would quickly start the match. The camera swirled around the map as the audience cheered. The 2 teams immediately began moving as soon as they loaded in. Samsara were obviously very familiar with the chosen map. Their 5 characters headed towards the other team's spawn point. Blue Rain wasn't a complete stranger to this map. An old powerhouse like Blue Rain wouldn't have a map that they had absolutely no knowledge of. Team Blue Rain quietly set out as well. Their ace player Huang Xiaoshan and his troubling rain had already disappeared amidst the grass blowing in the wind. The King's Avatar Chapter 651 Troubling Rain had disappeared. The first one to want to cry was the cameraman. The cameraman had the ability to focus on a single character, but from a bird's eye view, while the other 4 Team Blue Rain players could easily be seen amidst the grass blowing in the wind. Only Huang Xiaoshan's troubling rain was nowhere to be found. When did he stray off from the rest of the team? No one had noticed it. Fortunately, this sort of problem could easily be solved. The cameraman immediately switched to troubling rain's first-person point of view. His location and movements could be discerned from his surroundings. The camera zoomed out, zoomed out, zoomed out, and then troubling rain disappeared once again. The commentator followed up with the prompt. He could only brace himself and say, "Everyone, look." Huang Xiaoshan's troubling rain is currently moving around, hidden in the grass. It isn't easy to see him. Instead, pay attention to the tracks left behind in the grass. The commentator was just spouting nonsense. When the cameraman zoomed out, it was impossible to see where troubling rain was actually located. That was the only thing he could say. Tracks left behind. The spectators looked at the screen to search for them. Those who couldn't see it would say, "Oh, I see it. Over there, over there." If not, wouldn't it seem like they weren't good enough to notice? Experienced players like Ye Xiu and Wei Chen were actually able to grasp troubling rain's movements from the minute traces left behind in the grass. However, these traces immediately disappeared from the screen because the cameraman was randomly moving it around. The 2 of them realized that the cameraman had no idea what he was doing and was just pretending that he did. The cameraman obviously couldn't keep on pretending he couldn't find these tracks, so he began shifting to other points of views, from an overall perspective to different individual perspectives. It gave off the feeling that a decisive battle was approaching. Finally, one side made the first offensive move. "Great Gunner, I'm behind you." A bunch of words suddenly appeared in all chat. The person speaking was Troubling Rain. In Glory's 8-season finals, the first attack had been Huang Xiaoshen's trash talk. For people who loathed superfluous words, it was quite a disappointing opening. The cameraman immediately switched to Huang Xiaoshen's target, Zhou Zekai's great gunner, Cloud Piercer. Cloud Piercer didn't have any intentions on turning around. He simply flung a grenade behind him. Whether Huang Xiaoshen was telling the truth or not, Zhou Zekai probably decided it would be best to defend himself just in case. The explosion from his grenade was the first sound of the entire match. "Oh, I've been hit." Another string of words popped up in all chat. "FCK, just fight already. Why do you have to talk so much?" The players hadn't even reacted yet, but the commentator was already starting to become impatient. Of course, the commentator could only say this in his head. Out loud, his only choice was to say, "Team Blue Rain's Huang Xiaoshen has already begun verbally harassing his opponents, but is it effective against Samsara? We'll have to wait and see." This commentator clearly wasn't a fan of Huang Xiaoshen. He had to restrain himself from spewing out his true feelings and expressed a more neutral stance. "Look at my sword." 4 words popped up on the screen. Samsara's players remained unmoved. Suddenly, a sword light flew out from a patch of grass. Troubling Rain had begun attacking. However, his target wasn't Cloud Piercer but Fang Minghua's cleric, Laughing Song. But if this sort of ambush was enough to cause trouble for them, Samsara should not have chosen this map for the finals to begin with. Samsara's players had clearly been prepared for this kind of ambush. The instant the grass broke apart, Fang Minghua's Laughing Song moved. He quickly cast a sacred fire at his feet and leapt to the side. He put his cross in front of him, and holy white light shot out like a flashlight. The green grass was lit up by the white light, and a figure could be seen hiding inside. After that sword light missed, the figure hadn't rushed forward but retreated instead. Samsara's practiced players immediately focused their attacks towards that location to clear away the field. Zhou Zekai's Cloud Piercer leaped high into the sky and opened fire at the figure amidst the grass. Jiang Batao's Spellblade, Empty Waves, also rushed forward. Fiery flames surrounded his strangely shaped dagger as he slashed downwards. A wave of fire immediately swept the area. The surrounding grass was burnt away, but there was no sign of Troubling Rain. The assassin Wu Qi and the grappler Lu Boyuan needed to be within melee range to attack and didn't have any mid- or long-ranged moves. The two characters rushed out, executing a pincer attack. At this moment, Laughing Song's white light faded away, and Troubling Rain's figure could no longer be seen. But Cloud Piercer was able to infer Troubling Rain's location from the white light and chased after him. With these attacks pointing towards their target, Wu Qi and Lu Boyuan coordinated with Jiang Batao's fire wave and instantly trapped Troubling Rain. The audience cheered loudly. Their teamwork had to be brilliant in order to catch that sly Huang Xiaoshen. Even though Samsara was known as a one-man team, this was only because of Zhou Zekai's outstanding performance. When other teams called Samsara a one-man team, they were simply envious of them having such an incredible ace player. Every top team had fresh flowers and green leaves supporting one another. It was just that the flower known as Zhou Zekai stood out compared to the other players. Zhou Zekai often decided the match on his own, but it didn't mean that Samsara didn't have any tactics or teamwork. At this very moment, they displayed their exceptional teamwork on stage. Troubling Rain has been caught. Things are not looking good for him right now. His teammates still need a bit of time before they will be able to reach him. Huang Xiaoshen's movements are a bit off from his team's. This was a bit of a rash move on his part. Let's how he manages to deal with this situation. The commentator rejoiced at Huang Xiaoshen's misfortune as he continued to commentate. "Wow, you actually managed to catch me." Huang Xiaoshen actually took the time to type a few words. For people who like to talk a lot, it was quite admirable of him. Lu Boyuan's grappler had extended his hands towards Troubling Rain. grapplers relied on throws. Their damage wasn't amazing, but throws couldn't be blocked. Along with their displacement and knockdown effects, throws were extremely useful crowd control skills in team fights, especially for an offense-oriented team. Huang Xiaoshan didn't only talk. Troubling Rain quickly leaped away from the two hands. At the same time, he put his sword up and activated guard to block the heart-piercing stab from Wu Qi's assassin. Using the momentum from the opponent's stab, Troubling Rain slid backwards, but Wu Qi's assassin followed closely after him. His dagger never left Troubling Rain's blade as he hastily kept up. How could a god like Huang Xiaoshan not be experienced? He immediately realized what Wu Qi was planning to do and rolled to the side. The dagger in the hands of Wu Qi's assassin shot forward like a bullet, but if one looked closely, the dagger hadn't left his hands. Only a part of the dagger had shot out. The dagger was still in his character's hands and slashed along an arc along with the other part. Assassin skill, mother and child stab. Wu Qi's execution wasn't slow. Unfortunately, Huang Xiaoshan had predicted it and had dodged. This sudden and insidious move failed to injure him. Troubling Rain didn't complete the roll as he flew up. He used a headwind strike and swept the area in front of him with a storm of wind. Not only was Wu Qi's assassin unable to dodge it in time, it also stopped Lu Boyuan's grappler from approaching. After using headwind strike, Troubling Rain landed on the ground. The instant headwind strike ended, Zhou Zekai's cloud piercer slid past Wu Qi and Lu Boyuan. While Huang Xiaoshan had been defending against them, Zhou Zekai had found the perfect opportunity to attack him. It looked as if Zhou Zekai's slide kick would hit Troubling Rain, but the instant before it hit, Huang Xiaoshan was able to complete a falling light blade to meet the attack. Troubling Rain's blade hit Cloud Piercer and Cloud Piercer's slide kick hit Troubling Rain. It was a clash between two skills of equal levels. Troubling Rain was kicked away, but it was exactly what he wanted. The instant he landed, he swung his sword. Instead of attacking, he used a triple slash to run away. As his sword slashed, the grass around him was sliced apart before he disappeared from view again. Because Zhou Zekai's Cloud Piercer had been hit by the falling light blade, he was briefly stunned. This brief stun was enough to stop him from following up, allowing Troubling Rain an opportunity to escape. Huang Xiaoshan was a master at seizing opportunities, after all. The first confrontation between the two sides had concluded. All sorts of minute movements had happened in that short instant. It felt like even a small breath of air could have changed the outcome. The spectators didn't dare to breathe, and no matter how fast the commentator could speak, there was no way he could keep up with such a fast pace. Everyone was still reflecting on the fight when a string of words appeared in all chat. "Ha ha ha, you can't catch me. You can't catch me, just wait. You'll see me soon again." How childish. Numerous people were thinking that it spoiled the beautiful scene. It had been such a high-level confrontation, but this guy just had to end it with some trash talk. What an eyesore. The King's Avatar Chapter 652. Even though Huang Xiaoshan's childish trash talk spoiled the beautiful scene, the brilliant escape he had made couldn't be erased from their memories. The audience had been hoping for a slow-motion playback so they could revisit that brilliant escape once more. Instead, the camera zoomed out to let the audience see that the other four members of Team Blue Rain had quietly circled around behind Team Samsara, while Huang Xiaoshan's Troubling Rain had been distracting them. Ah! Many fans of Samsara cried out in alarm, dying to go up and warn the players. Unfortunately, this was something they couldn't do no matter how hard they tried, even for the audience members present at the match. No matter how loud they shouted, they wouldn't be able to penetrate the soundproof booths surrounding the players. The players were completely focused on the surroundings of grass blowing in the wind. However, even though Samsara was about to be ambushed by Team Blue Rain, It seemed as if they still had plans for Troubling Rain as they advanced in the direction that Troubling Rain had escaped towards. Close. The four players from Team Blue Rain had already drawn near. The hearts of the home team's fans leapt into their throats. The away team's fans were also sweating nervously. Attack! The other four members of Team Blue Rain had finally reached a satisfactory position. Their characters were hiding among the grass, getting ready to attack using all sorts of offensive skills. Different skills required different activations. The players also had different hand speeds, so every skill required a different amount of preparation time. However, Team Blue Rain released their offensive skills at the same time. Crimson Storm. Among the attacks, the one with the greatest surge of momentum came from Yu Feng's Brilliant Edge. He went straight for one of the level 70 Berserker skills as his opening move. Rushing Thunder Sword, the silver weapon of Glory's #1 Berserker, possessed a passive ability that imbued his attacks with the light element. In the midst of Crimson Storm's pervading valor, a blue and white light traveled up and down the blade, causing its power to appear very great. As the sword sliced downwards, the sky and earth was covered in a vast expanse of green that swallowed everything up. Suixar's silver weapon, Curse of Destruction, had long since filled the air with black gas. At this moment, the black gas converged overhead towards a single point. When Brilliant Edge attacked with his Crimson Storm, a black, whirling door that seemed to connect to another dimension solidified. The whirling door revolved gently. The black gas that permeated the air mixed with wisps of blood and converged into threatening tentacles that grabbed at different targets. Warlock skill, Death's Door. Compared to the damage it dealt, its crowd control effect was more valued in team battles. After the skill was released, the tentacles from the door would automatically pursue and attack targets within the range of 18 units. Once it grabbed a target, it would quickly drag them into the door and deal a high amount of damage. Just from these two high-leveled moves alone, their momentum was already astonishing enough, but there was still a third player who still airborne. The moment this character dashed rapidly from the grass, he formed a sphere with his two hands on the right side of his bottom. Boundless energy seemed to be condensing between his palms. Every audience present, including the commentator and even experienced pro players like Ye Xiu or Wei Chen, found out to their surprise that the character who had dashed out from the grass was Receding Tides. Receding Tides was a Chi Master character played by Song Xiao from Team Blue Rain. He was the sixth person in the list of names who would appear on stage from Team Blue Rain before the match. The list could not be falsified, so the only possibility was that he had been switched in some time during the match. It was a great mistake by the cameraman to not notice anything this entire time. In this case, no one would have been able to notice it in front of the television without a special angle of the scene. Team Blue Rain's Song Xiao unexpectedly makes a move. When was he switched in? We didn't notice it at all. The commentator voiced out everyone's thoughts. At the same time, Receding Tides launched his attack. He pushed out both his hands in midair where a blast of strong energy shot down from the sky. Chi Master skill, Sky Piercing Strike. Although the skill was named as Sky Piercing Strike, it wasn't actually necessary to release it towards the sky. Whether it was towards the flat ground or at various other angles or positions, as long as you could successfully complete the required actions, then the move could be used. Crimson Storm, Death's Door, Sky Piercing Strike. All the opening moves launched by Team Blue Rain were all high-leveled moves that covered a wide area. Evidently, they planned on inflicting serious damage to Samsara in one blow. No one would have thought that Team Blue Rain would take the initiative in their away game. Huang Xiaoshan's harassment drew Samsara's attention, while the other members of the team took this chance to close in and unleash powerful attacks. In contrast, It was Team Blue Rain who took advantage of grass blowing and the wind's feature, and gave Team Samsara a wave of surprises. Accompanying those waves of attacks were fans of Team Blue Rain cheering, while the fans of Samsara clenched their fists with handfuls of sweat. How would the home team defuse these offensive attacks? They didn't defuse them. By the time Team Samsara's players noticed what happened, the attacks made by the three Team Blue Rain players rained down on them, covering the entire area. Because of the existence of Death's Door, a skill that had prominent crowd control, the players of Team Samsara wanted to avoid being grabbed by the tentacles from Death's Door while trying to fleeing from its range, so it was inevitable that they would receive damage from the other two attacks. After being restricted by the two attacks, dodging the tentacles from Death's Door became an issue once again. Under such coordination, dodging was most definitely not the best method. Even though the damage from Crimson Storm and Sky-Piercing Strike was fearful, at this moment, the core of the opponent's waves of attacks was definitely the Warlock's Death's Door. It was Death's Door that caused Samsara's players to feel trapped with no way out. The key was to break through the control of Death's Door. Samsara's Cloud Piercer rolled and escaped from the tentacles coming out of Death's Door. His two hands glowed as he activated Sharpshooter's rapid firing. The bullets spat out from his guns at a high speed and flew directly towards Swaxar. Team Blue Rain's attacks had already cleared all of the grass neatly from this place. At this moment, they could no longer use the grass to hide themselves. As for Zhou Zekai, he was letting Cloud Piercer receive damage from the attacks in order to interrupt Swaxar's spell. With Death's Door's crowd control and high damage output, it was definitely not something the user could just cast and then do something else. It required the player to continue controlling it. If they received an attack at that moment, then Death's Door would be interrupted very easily. Zhou Zekai made a decisive action, but Team Blue Rain seemed to have anticipated this would happen. Soul Speaker, Su Jinxi's paladin, had appeared at this moment and encased himself in a golden light cover. He cast a holy shield, which could resist any damage. He stood right in front of Swaxar. When the bullets flew towards the golden light cover, they were swallowed up without even a trace remaining. Su Jinxi's Soul Speaker didn't receive any kind of damage. The holy shield's light only dimmed a little after receiving such attacks. Immediately after Cloud Piercer had shot his bullets, the wave formation from Jiang Batao's Spellblade passed. Holy Shield's light cover flickered for a bit, but Soul Speaker was still unharmed. And after that, the other two offensive-type players of Samsara weren't able to exert any of their power. The other two characters were respectively an assassin and a grappler. Neither of them had any long-ranged attacks. By the time they rushed over to attack, they would already have escaped beyond Death's Door's boundaries. What would be the point of interrupting? Team Blue Rain's tactical arrangement had thoroughly thought over all factors of Samsara's classes. A combination of mid-ranged attacks had directly disarmed the two Team Samsara players. Their decision to interrupt Swaxar's spell at this time was relatively prompt, but had they considered all of the possibilities to cover? Did they consider if they could break through the opponent's cover with their own attacking methods in the required time? Doubt had already risen within numerous people, but they didn't have time to discuss because the match continued to progress, and many events would happen in a blink of an eye. Just when everyone doubted them and started to think about how Samsara's style of having Zhou Zekai shoulder everything alone couldn't deal with Team Blue Rain's exquisite teamwork, Zhou Zekai's Cloud Piercer continued to attack. Under rapid firing, Cloud Piercer swung out a Gatling gun. The cartridge cases of the bullets that flew out from the gun's muzzle flew out crazily and scattered around his feet. The bullets from the rapid firing shot out in a straight line like a laser beam as it pierced through the light cover on Soul Speaker. The light cover continued to swallow up the bullets as it flickered, but it still showed no sign of being shattered. However, these attacks caused Su Jingxi to feel a little nervous. He had already noticed Jiang Batao's empty waves using wave formation attacks one after another. It was only when he had to dodge the tentacles from death's doors that his attacks would be displaced. The wave formation scraped past Holy Shield's light cover as it passed over, so it didn't inflict its full damage. At this moment, the firing from Cloud Piercer's Gatling gun had ended, but the hold shield was still there. At this moment, because of Crimson Storm and Sky Piercing Strike, a few Team Samsara players were captured by the tentacles from Death's Door. They were quickly dragged towards the door. As for Team Blue Rain, Yu Feng and Song Zio had already finished their attacks and were prepared to follow up with another wave of attacks. I managed to withstand it. Su Jiangxi was extremely astonished. He managed to fulfill the task of protecting Shuxar with his holy shield. Right. But at this moment, amidst the bloody light and black tentacles, Cloud Piercer swung his gun as he was pulled towards the door. He lifted his gun and aimed towards a reflection. Bang! Thunder Snipe, a level 70 sharpshooter skill. The bullets exited the muzzle. Su Jingxi saw a black dot enlarge at a rapid pace before his eyes. Then he clearly saw the single bullet pause on his holy shield. Immediately after that, it wasn't swallowed up because the holy shield had been broken. Pooh! A spurt of blood sprayed out from in between Soul Speaker's eyes. It's enough to only break through my holy shield. You still have to get through me. Su Jingxi thought when he heard a similar sound coming from behind him. Pooh! The King's Avatar Chapter 653 Pooh Pooh. These two sounds rang out at practically the same time. Su Jingxi didn't need to turn around to know what had happened. Cloud Piercer's snipe had elicited a penetrate effect. A bloody hole appeared in between the eyes of both Soul Speaker and Shuxar. This just in the game, though. If a real person got hit like that, how could he not die? Of course, if this were real life, it wouldn't just be a hole. A powerful shot like Thunder Snipe would directly cause the head to explode. To think this would happen, Su Jingxi was surprised. He saw Death's Door end. The black tentacles, which had grabbed Samsara's characters, quickly released their grip and retreated into the door. The rotating door soon disappeared back into the void. The characters released by the black tentacles were flung away according to their original trajectory. From this, it could be seen that the black tentacles had been swinging about wildly, but even under these circumstances, Zhou Zekai had used Thunder Snipe to hit his target accurately and produce the desired effects. This was an ace player, Samsara's ace player, the current #1 player in all of Glory, Zhou Zekai. The 5 Samsara players teched onto the ground and immediately stood up. This wasn't anything difficult for pro players. Following afterwards, Team Samsara began their fierce counterattack. Zhou Zekai's Cloud Piercer took the lead. He opened fire as he ran, sending grass fluttering away. The 4 members of Team Blue Rain were surrounded on all sides. Jiang Batao's empty waves pointed his sword and cast an electric wave formation. The bright ball of electricity caused the surrounding 15 units of grass to shiver. Even though electric wave formation wasn't as terrifying as Death's Door, the lightning generated by this skill was much faster than the tentacles. Unless you were outside of the 15-unit radius, it would be nearly impossible to escape. Under the suppression of Zhou Zekai's Cloud Piercer, how would it be so easy to walk out of range? Even normal attacks had a brief hit stun. Under Zhou Zekai's control, his suppression was displayed to the limit. Team Blue Rain's characters had difficulty moving. In the end, none of them were able to escape from the range of electric wave formation, and were struck by the lightning coming from the ball of electricity. The most miserable of them was Yu Wenzhou's Shuxar. Zhou Zekai clearly placed more importance on Team Blue Rain's captain and gave him special treatment. The majority of his bullets were aimed at Swaksar. The other 3 players escaped from the electric wave formation after being struck by lightning once. However, Swaksar was hit 3 times. Team Blue Rain's players couldn't just stand still and watch their captain get struck by lightning. Yu Feng's and Song Xiao's characters rushed forward together, but they were blocked by Samsara's Wu Qi and Lu Boyuan. The tides had turned. After Team Blue Rain's surprise attack on Samsara, Samsara countered fiercely. Yu Wenzhou's Swaksar was struggling inside the electric wave formation. Even if he didn't die, he would still be severely injured. The spectators watched nervously. Their minds were completely focused on the characters fighting. At this moment, there was always something that had been neglected, such as the suddenly silent Huang Xiaoshan. If he had really disappeared, Troubling Rain wouldn't be called the Sword Saint. Amidst the intense battle, a shadow suddenly appeared from behind Team Samsara. A blue light arced through the sky. Troubling Rain's silver weapon Ice Rain headed straight for Samsara's cleric, Laughing Song. Fang Minghua noticed the attack. Laughing Song leapt away from the blade, but Troubling Rain's attacks wouldn't just stop there. Sword light suddenly blossomed from the blade. Even though Huang Xiaoshan's playstyle was like an assassin's, his character was still a blade master. Blade masters didn't have the same dirty or insidious sneak attack skills like assassins did. Every sword move, whether it was fast or slow, light or heavy, all of them were upright and fair. Clerics had some ability to attack, but they definitely couldn't face blade masters in close combat. Once Troubling Rain closed in on him, his health began to drop rapidly. However, as a pro player, Laughing Song may be on the losing side, the player Fang Minghua didn't panic. If a blade master closed in on a cleric, the cleric would certainly suffer, let alone against Huang Xiaoshan's blade master. Fang Minghua continued to calmly dodge and defend. His weapon wouldn't reduce much damage when guarding, but it was still better than nothing. Fang Minghua hung on. Team Samsasra obviously wouldn't just let their cleric get killed like that. A gunshot rang. Zhou Zekai's Cloud Piercer turned his gun around. He shot at Troubling Rain as he ran towards him. Huang Xiaoshan couldn't ignore the attacks of the great gunner either. He also didn't think he'd be able to kill off the enemy cleric so easily. Clerics had to be saved, so he expected the enemy would be coming. When he saw the other side come, Huang Xiaoshan didn't run away and instead faced Zhou Zekai's Cloud Piercer directly. He used Immortal Guides the way to send Laughing Song flying towards Cloud Piercer. Cloud Piercer immediately reacted by using a slide kick to slide under Laughing Song. His 2 guns never stopped firing as he closed the distance between himself and Troubling Rain. Cloud Piercer had 2 guns. The gun in his right hand was called Wildfire, and the gun in his left hand was called Shattered Frost. For a sharpshooter, a dual gun user and a single gun user were played differently. Only using a single gun was easier and more steady. Using 2 guns was much more difficult because it wasn't as simple as just firing both guns at the same time. The guns needed to be switched. In order to fully utilize both guns, the difficulty was more than twice as difficult as using a single gun. Even pro players couldn't completely maintain such high level of play for the entire duration of the fight. Usually, they would use one gun as their main and support it with their other gun. If you could only use a single gun, then you had no qualifications to be a pro player. Zhou Zekai displayed the dual gun style to the limit. He was also doing it while using slide kick. Huang Xiaoshan didn't dare to be negligent. Under his control, Troubling Rain swayed and shadows of him appeared all over the field. In an instant, the camera zoomed out. Everyone counted as the commentator cried out, 7. A total of 7 shadows. Huang Xiaoshan's shadow steps produced 7 shadows. Correct, it's 7. Each and every shadow is perfect and complete too. Huang Xiaoshan pushed his mechanics to the limit as well to face off against Zhou Zekai, but the astonishment towards his move was more than Zhou Zekai's dual-gun style. Because previously, Huang Xiaoshan could only produce 6.5 incomplete shadows. However, he had now displayed a complete 7. Tusk, he's improved again. Ye Xiu sighed as he looked at the screen. Of course, he's a first-rate talent that this senior personally discovered. Wei Chen didn't forget to self-praise. What are you so happy for? He'll be our opponent in the future, Ye Xiu said. You should worry about the younger generation that you guided before saying anything, Wei Chen remarked. He was naturally pointing towards Team Excellent Era. Ye Xiu had been the former captain, so Team Excellent Era's players could be considered the younger generation. The two old birds sighed. Tang Ru and Steamed Bun were amazed. The two of them had experienced these two skills many times before in the arena. Steamed Bun was a bit puzzled. How could there be so many? I thought 3 was the maximum. How could there be 7? Are 2 people using it? The blade masters that Steamed Bun had encountered in the arena clearly weren't experts. The experts amongst normal players could produce 4 shadows at most. Steamed Bun had come from the 10th server after all, so his real battle experience was quite low. This is a real expert. Only an expert can do that. Tang Ru didn't know the complexities behind the move, but hearing the astonishment from the commentator voice, even she could tell that it must be incredibly difficult. I wonder how many I could do, Steamed Bun said. Brawlers have a similar skill, Tang Ru asked. I don't think so. I wonder if I can learn it. It looks so cool. Look how scared that commentator is, Steamed Bun said. Tang Ru, the fight continued. Huang Xiaoshan's shadow steps were at the peak. 7 shadows, difficult to differentiate between which was real and which was fake. In a real battle, if the real couldn't be deduced instantly, there was no time for careful analysis. The purpose of shadow steps wasn't to play hide and seek, but to seize any opening to attack. If they couldn't be differentiated, then attack them all. After Cloud Piercer slid under, he shot bullets, kicked, performed elbow strikes, all sorts of attacks at the shadows. Sharpshooter skill, firearm martial arts. These were attacks that a sharpshooter could use in close combat. Body techniques for direct attacks combined with sudden shooting out of nowhere. It was quite difficult to defend against. Zhou Zekai's usage of the ability didn't need to be said. He instantly attacked 5 of the shadows. The shadows from shadow steps weren't like the clones from shadow clone technique. Clones had real bodies with attack and health. After they took damage or the skill went on cooldown, the clones would disappear, but shadows were virtual bodies without any stats. They couldn't take damage, but they also couldn't deal damage either. They would only disappear after the skill went on cooldown. Attacking was one way to distinguish shadows, though. Zhou Zekai's firearm martial arts allowed him to hit 5 targets at once, not giving his opponent any time to adjust. However, it seemed like all of the 5 had been shadows. Zhou Zekai immediately turned around and saw that Troubling Rain's real body had actually given up on the 2 targets in front of him. Instead, he had teamed up with Yu Feng on the other side of the field to execute a pincer attack on Samsara's assassin. Wu Qi the King's Avatar Chapter 654. Anyone with a starting position in Team Blue Rain or Team Samsara was definitely skilled. Wu Qi fought evenly against the all-star level Yu Feng for a single moment. Both of them were pro players. Arguing over who was better or worse wouldn't give a definite answer. The results could only be determined once the fight concluded. In real battle, any small detail could be a deciding factor. It wasn't something that could be predicted on paper. Wu Qi may have been fighting evenly with Yu Feng, but once Huang Xiaoshan's Troubling Rain joined the battle and the Blade Master and Berserker duo combined their attacks, Wu Qi could no longer endure. Huang Xiaoshan and Yu Feng hadn't been teammates for just a day or two. Their coordination with one another wasn't as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Assassins had low defense and health. Facing the combined flurry of attacks, his assassin rapidly lost health. Fortunately, Samsara's cleric Fang Minghua was able to rescue him. His character Laughing Song lifted silver weapon, Angel's protection, as holy light repeatedly flashed, helping Wu Qi survive for a bit longer. On the other side of the battle, Zhou Zekai had figured out where the real body was, so he wasn't just going to sit around wasting any more time. Cloud Piercer changed directions to rescue Wu Qi. This was one advantage of the gunner classes. They had long-range attacks, so they could provide support faster. He just needed to lift his hands and the bullets would arrive. In comparison, if Huang Xiaoshan's blade master had to go rescue someone, no matter how fast he ran, he would never be as fast as a bullet. No one would ignore an attack from the great gunner, but taking the attack under the protection of a paladin's life activation was another matter. Life activation increased the health regen of a character. It was especially effective for characters with equipment that had health regen effects. With life activation, it was possible to completely negate the effects of low-damage attacks. This skill could be used on teammates, but because the majority of characters wouldn't stack health regen on themselves, paladins generally cast the skill on themselves before tanking damage for their teammates. At this moment, Su Jinki's soul speaker activated the skill. A vigorous aura of vitality emitted from his body as he took Cloud Piercer's bullets head-on. Blood splattered everywhere. When the bullets hit his body, the effects were still there, but because of the quickened health regeneration, the injuries on Soul Language's body healed at a visible pace. He didn't move at all and just ate the bullets like a meat shield. In that instant, he looked like a knight holding a shield, facing the boss alone. It looked somewhat stupid, but it was effective. Zhou Zekai's Cloud Piercer shot bullets at all sorts of angles, but Soul Language's body was there to block them. His attacks were able to deal damage to Soul Speaker, even under life activation, but Soul Speaker's health didn't fall as rapidly as Wu Qi's cruel silence. Wu Qi was facing the attacks from two all-star level players. Even though he was still hanging on with the help of his cleric, it rapidly consumed the mana and skill cooldowns of the cleric. Once enough skills were on cooldown, the two enemies might be able to inflict serious enough damage to directly finish him off in one go. This was a method that pro teams often used. A team like Team Blue Rain could obviously execute it to perfection. With the way the current battle was going, it was obvious what Team Blue Rain was planning to do. No one stopped Fang Minghua from healing. After Yu Wenzhou's Shuixar escaped from the electric wave formation, he stopped Samsara's Jiang Batao from assisting his teammates. Ignore a warlock's attacks. That most definitely couldn't be done. It wasn't because of the damage, but because of the CC effects from warlock skills. Binding Curse, Control Curse, Hexagram Prison. You wouldn't die from these attacks, but being dead might be better than being alive under these spells. Yu Wenzhou's hand speed wasn't fast, but his grasp of timing had reached near perfection. Wasting skills or cycling through skill cooldowns properly would never happen as long as he was in control. Yu Wenzhou rarely appeared in the individual competitions, but it didn't mean his slow hand speed made him useless in 1v1s. With his slow and steady pace, he was able to completely control Samsara's Jiang Batao. FCK, Ye Xiu heard someone beside him curse. He turned his head to see Wei Chen watching the confrontation between Shuixar and Empty Waves. His expression was ugly. He was clearly thinking of some unpleasant memories. You have to overcome that psychological trauma. Ye Xiu turned his head to look at Shuixar on the screen. FCK, Wei Chen cursed. He clearly wasn't happy with the usage of the word psychological trauma. He didn't have any such thing. He had just thought about something very unpleasant. What psychological trauma? Tang Ru and Steamed Bun turned their heads and asked curiously. FCK off. It isn't something that little kids like you should be worried about. Wei Chen shooed the two away. Yeah, a little kid in his teens beat him so badly. He lost all confidence and was so downhearted he retired. Did you really think old Wei would blab about it casually to anyone? Ye Xiu said. I was just helping a younger generation player mature and gave him confidence, so I lost on purpose. Wei Chen jumped up and said without missing a beat. It wasn't without reason. That time when he lost to Yu Wenzhou, it had just been a practice bout with the team. As a senior, he could say that he intentionally went easy because Wei Chen wouldn't go all out against a kid in the training camp, even for someone as shameless as him. In the end, he lost all 3 rounds. In the pro scene, losing 3 rounds didn't prove anything. But from their positions in the team at that time, even if Wei Chen didn't go all out, it wouldn't change anything. Gold would always shine. Whether Yu Wenzhou won or lost those 3 rounds, the shell came off of Yu Wenzhou, and Wei Chen would always be stuck with the feeling that he wasn't as good as him. Losing only made the feeling worse. A younger generation player from your team. I don't know where you thought of that. I'm talking about that year in the playoffs where I completely crushed you, Ye Xiu said. When Wei Chen had still been in the alliance, Ye Xiu hadn't even been 20 years old yet, so he could be considered a little kid in his teens at that time too. So that's what you were talking about. Wei Chen slapped his leg. Wasn't that because when this senior saw your repulsively ugly face and crafty-looking eyes, with my eyes honed in the streets, I could easily see that aura of evil around you. If I didn't let you win the championships, someone like you might take on a vengeful personality and inflict a great terror on society. As a citizen of this country, I could only throw the game and allow you to win the championships. And I had to do it 3 times to prevent such a great tragedy from happening. Now that you've grown up, this senior doesn't need you to repay me anymore. Give this old fellow a break. Are you pulling that out of your ass? I specifically looked for you to join our team so that you could win finally a championship for once. This is my apology for beating you so badly that year, but we have to get one thing straight. I only beat you up once, so I can only let you win once. The rest you have to gain with your own efforts. Look at those youngsters on the screen. Their tenaciousness and passion to win is something that you should learn from. Ha ha, Tang Ru laughed. She shifted her attention back to the match and stopped listening to their argument. The beginning of the argument seemed to have been half-truth, half-lie, but near the end, the two of them began talking nonsense. Though when Steamed Bun listened, he looked hard at Ye Xiu and mumbled to himself, I have eyes honed in the streets too. Why don't I see an aura of evil? Ha 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 ha, Steamed Bun, see. Ah. Wei Chen heard his mumble and laughed. He was just about to say something, but his eyes had been watching the match the entire time. Team Blue Rain had control of the match when their control was suddenly broken. Once again, the person to change the tides of the match was the great gunner. Zhou Zekai fiercely turned Cloud Piercer's gun and started attacking Yu Wenzhou's Suixar. This action had been planned beforehand. Su Jingxi's duty was to block his bullets. Now that he shifted his attention to a different target, Su Jingxi's soul language couldn't get there in time. The sharpshooter's attacks covered a large range. As for Yu Wenzhou, a battle of hand speed was his nemesis. His tempo was disrupted. Zhang Batao's empty waves was able to use this opportunity to escape from Yu Wenzhou. He immediately cast an ice wave formation towards Troubling Rain, Brilliant Edge, and Cruel Silence, where the main battle was taking place. The wave formation headed towards both targets, and the probability of getting frozen was very high. Huang Xiaoshan and Yu Feng had to be wary. They could only temporarily stop attacking Cruel Silence and hastily escape the formation's area of effect. Under the wave formation's protection, Wu Qi quickly controlled Cruel Silence to escape, but this battle wouldn't give him any time to rest. Cruel Silence immediately headed towards Yu Wenzhou's Suixar to return the favor and bully the enemy captain. The situation instantly reversed. Starting from Huang Xiaoshen's ambush, Team Blue Rain had dominated the match until Zhou Zekai reversed the situation with a powerful snipe. Huang Xiaoshen then ambushed again regained control of the situation. Instead of facing the enemy ace player directly, he threw the enemy cleric aside, and along with Yu Feng, focused his attacks on a non-core member like Wu Qi. Unfortunately, their control over the battle was once again disrupted by the enemy ace player Zhou Zekai. A series of ups and downs occurred in a short period of time. The styles of the two teams could completely be seen. Team Blue Rain had clever tactics and coordination. Team Samsara's Zhou Zekai overturned the battle with his own power. These were their trump cards. From start to finish, they were evenly matched. However, tactics couldn't be executed perfectly every time, and no individual never made mistakes. Which team would be the first to expose an opening? The King's Avatar Chapter 655. No one had expected that the ones to tip the scales of this even battle between Team Blue Rain and Team Samsara would be the two nearly non-existent players. Team Samsara's Lu Boyuan and Team Blue Rain's Song Zio. Ever since the beginning of the match, the confrontation between the grappler and Chi Master had practically been ignored. The cameraman rarely gave them any screen time. Compared to the fast-paced team battle, where opposing teams kept on changing targets, these two seemed to almost be in their own little world. The two players had engaged in a 1v1. However, when this 1v1 concluded, one side ended with an overwhelming advantage. The vast majority of attention given to Samsara was focused on Zhou Zekai, followed by the vice-captain, Jiang Batao. The other supporting players weren't bad, but compared to the brilliance displayed by the great gunner, their plays would all appear somewhat dull. At this point, many people had realized that Team Samsara's characters all had increased skill points. However, most of the discussion was still focused on the two all-star characters, Cloud Piercer and Empty Waves. Only Team Samsara themselves would know the exact details. With their 20 million RMB purchase of the Skill Book Guild, the character with the greatest improvement was actually Lu Boyuan's grappler, Chaotic Cloudy Mountains. Chaotic Cloudy Mountains originally possessed 4770 skill points, an average number in the pro scene, but while clearing the quests for skill points, their luck was extremely good on this account, and they had actually managed to reach the maximum 5,000 points. An increase in 230 skill points had been the greatest through all of Team Samsara. Zhou Zekai's Cloud Piercer and Jiang Batao's Empty Waves also managed to reach 5,000 skill points, but their all-star characters had a higher starting point to begin with. Both of their characters originally possessed over 4,800 points and only needed a bit more than 100 points to reach the max. As a result, amongst Team Samsara, Chaotic Cloudy Mountains had improved the most. If the opponents used data from previous matches, they would certainly realize that Chaotic Cloudy Mountains' contribution exceeded their expectations. And at this moment, the unexpected happened on Chaotic Cloudy Mountain's side. With the help of the 230 extra points obtained through the Skill Book Guide, Lu Boyuan was able to suppress Song Zio. Once Chaotic Cloudy Mountains grabbed receding tides, he continuously used throwing skills to pressure receding tides. Song Zio began to panic. He originally had confidence in breaking out of these chain throws, but during the fight, he felt that something wasn't right. The gaps, which he could usually take advantage of to break free, were always chained together even faster than he had anticipated. This wasn't just an issue of the user's hand speed, but rather a step up in the character's skills. Even worse, Team Samsara seemed to have expected such results. After Chaotic Cloudy Mountains successfully grabbed receding tides and began to continuously throw him, The other three Team Samsara attackers focused their attacks on receding tides. Song Zio wasn't the only one to be surprised and panicked. For Team Blue Rain, this was certainly an unexpected result. Since they hadn't expected Song Zio to be completely helpless against Lu Boyuan's chain throws, they hadn't thought that his receding tides would be toyed around in the hands of chaotic mountains. A character being completely controlled by a grappler would find it difficult to react to any other enemy attacks. With the sudden attacks were focused on him, along with chaotic cloudy mountains' complete control, receding tide's health rapidly fell. Su Jingxi was suddenly a mess again. Song Zio's suppression affected the rest of the battle. Team Blue Rain was suddenly caught unprepared. Everything had happened too quickly. Song Zio's receding tides was able to be saved, but it had cost Su Jingxi's sole speaker a huge amount of skills and mana. With a lot of his skills on cooldown, he wouldn't be able to keep up the healing for Team Blue Rain in their fight against Team Samsara. The entire team's health had been lowered by a peg. The series of events triggered by Song Zio's suppression had led to Team Blue Rain suffering a heavy loss. What an idiot! To think he can't even escape out of something like that. Wei Chen anxiously shouted during Song Zio's suppression. It seems like chaotic Cloudy Mountain's skill points have improved by quite a lot. Ye Xiu truly deserved to be called an expert at all classes. He was able to quickly discover chaotic Cloudy Mountain's significant increase in strength. FCK. Wei Chen angrily cursed. It seems like with your attitude you want Team Blue Rain to win, Ye Xiu said. Nonsense. Wei Chen glared at Ye Xiu. If Team Samsara loses, the 20 million that they spent would be a waste of their money. How exciting would that be? Ha 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 ha. You beast, Ye Xiu sighed. Unfortunately, reality didn't meet Wei Chen's expectations. The first lead grasped by Team Samsara had been obtained because of their 20 million RMB investment. Chaotic Cloudy Mountains is a bit strange. Song Zio had managed to survive, so he quickly warned the rest of his teammates. Be careful. Team Blue Rain couldn't do much about it. They had no way of slowly analyzing how their opponents allocated his skill points in the middle of such an intense match. They could only rely on their experience and intuition to deal with the problem. In an even match like this, if someone made a mistake in judgment, he would end up like how Song Zio had previously. After gaining their first lead, Team Samsara continued to pressure their opponents. They continued with their relentless attacks, not giving Team Blue Rain any time to recover from their earlier loss. This type of forced fighting was exactly what Team Samsara wanted. Even though Team Blue Rain didn't lose in a frontal confrontation, such a fast-paced battle didn't give them any opportunity to close the gap made by Team Samsara. If this situation continued, the first one to fall would definitely be someone from Team Blue Rain. Team Samsara gradually displayed their reason for choosing this map. By using the protective screen of the grass, they were able to force Team Blue Rain on the defensive. Captain, behind you, a Team Blue Rain player suddenly warned during the deadlock. The spectators were able to notice it faster from their viewpoint. Team Samsara's assassin, Cruel Silence, had circled around to flank Swiksar. The warning had come too late. Against a sudden ambush, Yu Wenzhou's reaction speed and intuition wouldn't lose to anyone, but his execution was always a bit slower than anyone else's. Yu Wenzhou was extremely important to the team, but his weakness was also extremely obvious. He was a contradictory existence in the team. The team's greatest strengths and greatest weaknesses were both him. This wasn't any secret. As a result, Yu Wenzhou's Swiksar was often ambushed by others, so he was very used to it. Facing this kind of situation, he didn't panic. He would always calmly resolve it. Cruel Silence leapt out of his cover from the grass. The cold light glinting from his dagger slashed downwards towards Swiksar. Suddenly, a hexagram prison appeared out of the void. However, it wasn't aimed at Cruel Silence, but rather Swiksar himself. Wu Qi was depressed. If he continued, he would definitely hit Swiksar, but his Cruel Silence would definitely crash into that dark purple prison. In that case, he would immediately be trapped inside the hexagram prison. A single attack in exchange for getting imprisoned wasn't worth it. Cruel Silence didn't continue forward and retreated instead. Suddenly, as he dodged to the side, ding! The sound of two blades colliding could be heard. Huang Xiaoshan's troubling rain had suddenly appeared. However, Wu Qi had been aware and used his dagger to block the attack. The two melee classes engaged in battle. Swiksar's hexagram prison immediately began to move. It wasn't fast, but it cut off Cruel Silence's path of retreat. Huang Xiaoshan knew what to do intuitively. Troubling Rain drew his sword and used Formless Phantom Blade. Assassins didn't have the ability to directly face a skill like this. Wu Qi hastily had Cruel Silence retreat, but only then did he discover that he had nowhere to run. In front of him was a Formless Phantom Blade, and behind him was a hexagram prison. One of the lights from the hexagram prison touched Cruel Silence. The prison instantly formed around him. Before the duration of the effect had ended, he would have no way of escaping. Troubling Rain's attack was already storming towards him. Blood flew everywhere from Cruel Silence's body. It hadn't been easy to catch an opponent. Just one attack would be a waste. Team Blue Rain's characters began to focus their fire on him. Team Samsara could hastily try to rescue him, and Cruel Silence might not die. But this situation was similar to Song Xiao's previous situation. Team Blue Rain would use this opportunity to make up for the gap that had previously been created. But who would have thought that Team Samsara didn't have any intentions on saving him? Wu Qi and his Cruel Silence had unexpectedly been completely abandoned. Samsara's players immediately focused their attacks on Swiksar instead. Team Blue Rain suddenly realized this might happen and wanted to make adjustments, but Team Samsara didn't give them a chance. The first one to arrive was Chaotic Cloudy Mountains. Ignoring everything else, he grabbed Swiksar and tossed him into the air. Then, bullets flew towards Swiksar. Zhou Zekai was planning on using a delivery gun to send Swiksar away. Delivery gun wasn't something that couldn't be broken free from, but it required Yu Wenzhou to best Zhou Zekai in hand speed. It was something very, very, very unlikely to happen. None of Team Blue Rain's players had any hope for their captain. They hastily searched for Cloud Piercer's position and headed over to stop him. But how could Team Samsara just let them do what they wanted? They hurried over to protect him. Swiksar continued to tumble in the air. Cruel Silence being trapped by the hexagram prison had been Team Samsara's trade. However, the trade for Wu Qi's Cruel Silence in exchange for Yu Wenzhou's Swiksar was too worth it. After another series of back and forths, Cruel Silence made a heroic sacrifice, and Swiksar was finally killed by Cloud Piercer the King's Avatar Chapter 656. Swiksar being the first to fall in the finals was an unexpected outcome. Yu Wenzhou was both Team Blue Rain's greatest strength and greatest weakness. Everyone knew this. Team Blue Rain was no exception. Thus, Team Blue Rain never neglected their protection towards Swiksar. Yet in the finals, Swiksar was actually the first to fall. Even though Team Samsara had sacrificed one of their team members, it was an extremely good trade for them. The fans of Team Blue Rain were very worried over this death. On the field, Team Blue Rain was clearly in a bit of a fluster. The reserve players on both teams were automatically switched in. Even though it was still a 5 versus 5 situation, Team Samsara seized the opportunity to launch a wave of attacks. But Team Blue Rain was still the #1 team during the regular season, and a team that had reached the finals. Even though Yu Wenzhou's early departure heavily affected them, his loss wouldn't cause them to completely collapse. Team Blue Rain's 5 players stood firm, and another closely fought contest between them and Team Samsara unfolded. Although Yu Wenzhou was no longer on the field and unable to lead the team or set up formations, his tactics and knowledge imperceptibly seeped into the team after playing for so long together. Despite him not being there, Team Blue Rain was still a team that coordinated well with each other. This was what a pro team should be like. Countless fans continued to watch and worry. The health of the characters on both sides continued to fall. Even with healers, they couldn't keep their teammates at full health. This was PvP, not PvE. The battle was constantly changing. Healing had to closely follow the pace of the battle. Every skill and drop of mana had to be utilized efficiently. In this kind of high-level fight, no one had any opportunities to be wasteful. A single overheal could be a deciding factor in a match. There were sometimes brilliant plays and sometimes mistakes in the shot calling by both teams. As the fight went back and forth, everyone's health and mana fell. The match was nearing the endgame, which required perfect play. Both sides were fully focused. Apart from Huang Xiaoshan chattering away in the all-chat, the tensions were at their peak. Had Huang Xiaoshan's trash talking affected this match? Although the other players in Team Samsara weren't as quiet as Zhou Zekai, they still took after their ace player. Thus, their team was generally quiet and rarely talked in all chat. When facing Huang Xiaoshan's completely illogical and brainless trash talk, Team Samsara wouldn't bother inviting trouble onto themselves. But Huang Xiaoshan would still be constantly chattering in all chat even though no one ever replied back. No one knew what Team Samsara's players were feeling right now. From the way the match was going, it didn't seem like they made too many mistakes, or perhaps these mistakes were a result of his trash talking. If Huang Xiaoshan wasn't talking trash non-stop, would their play have been more perfect? The effects of trash talking was difficult to test. Headwind, double stab, rising dragon, falling phoenix, sword strike rends the sky. Huang Xiaoshan didn't lose his distinctive characteristic as an opportunist. He suddenly found an opening amidst the wave of attacks. Before anyone else could interrupt him, he chained a series of attacks onto Team Samsara's blade master, Du Ming. Against his own class, Huang Xiaoshan seemed to be even more merciless. After completing this combo, he finished it with an immortal guides the way. By the time Du Ming's blade master flew backwards, he had already died. Before Huang Xiaoshan could feel happy about his kill, he quickly turned around. Bang, 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 bang. To Huang Xiaoshan, the majority of a sharpshooter's attacks could be described with a single word. Bang! Repeated gun sounds along with punching and kicking could be heard. The same time Huang Xiaoshan killed an opponent, Zhou Zekai also killed one. FCK, 1v1 me, Huang Xiaoshan shouted in all chat. Troubling Rain rushed towards Cloud Piercer with a triple slash. But Zhou Zekai wasn't done yet. He continued to shoot. If no one stopped him, he would kill off a second player soon. With Troubling Rain closing in, Zhou Zekai didn't dare ignore him. He temporarily switched targets. He retreated while pointing his gun at Troubling Rain, running while attacking. FCK, stand still. Stop running, Huang Xiaoshan shouted. It looked as if Zhou Zekai was a coward, but anyone who played Glory knew that even though sharpshooters had close combat skills, it was better to keep a distance away and take advantage of their long-ranged skills. If you didn't have the ability to close in on your opponent, you would be kited to death. Zhou Zekai's actions were very normal. Huang Xiaoshan's taunting was being deliberately provocative, but then again, talking back to Huang Xiaoshan was just inviting trouble without reason anyways. The ace players on both teams clashed. Everyone hoped for more sparks to fly. But despite Huang Xiaoshan constantly cursing at Zhou Zekai, Troubling Rain didn't complete his triple slash and turned around. His target wasn't Cloud Piercer. Huang Xiaoshan had switched targets, but his trash talking was still towards Zhou Zekai. It was very obvious too. Most people would have been confused and disoriented by the switch-up. They might even think Huang Xiaoshan had messed up and gotten the wrong person. But pro players wouldn't be so easily affected. When troubling rain closed in on Fang Minghua didn't panic. He had Laughing Song retreat calmly to the protection of his other teammates. Team Blue Rain seemed to have all gotten the same order. All of them pounced in one direction. It seemed like they were determined to kill Laughing Song once and for all. Zhou Zekai. The person to stand out again was Zhou Zekai. The wide coverage that long-ranged classes possessed was fully utilized by Zhou Zekai. Cloudpiercer shot with his 2 guns to delay the movements of the other 3 Team Blue Rain players. In the end, it turned into a situation where Team Samsara had troubling rain surrounded. Both teams had a 1v3 situation on side and a 3v1 situation on the other side. But for Team Blue Rain, their 3v1 put them on a disadvantage. Even if they switched targets to Cloudpiercer, he was still far away. By the time the 3 of them arrived, troubling rain might already be dead by then. Huang Xiaoshan was without a doubt a top god, but fighting 1v3 was a stretch. It was the endgame too. None of them had much health left. Even running away in a 1v3 situation might be difficult for him. FCK, 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 FCK. When he typed out a bunch of curse words, a yellow light on his computer lit up, giving Huang Xiaoshan a warning. Huang Xiaoshan's FCK wasn't an appropriate words to use. If he just used it once or twice, everyone would turn a blind eye to it, but they had to give a warning for a bunch of them in a row. Sword, 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 sword. Huang Xiaoshan immediately switched words. He didn't dare go against the rules and continue swearing. If he got enough warnings, he would be kicked out from the match. As for whether his sword meant "look at my sword" or "dirty, dirty, 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 dirty," TLN, the word for dirty and sword sound the same in Chinese, no one knew. After all, using the word sword alone wasn't commonly done. Huang Xiaoshan made his decision. His hand speed erupted. Troubling rain didn't try and retreat. He swung his sword to fight the 3 enemies. The match was at the end game. Without much health left, retreating would be worse, so Huang Xiaoshan was planning on doing his utmost to deal as much damage as possible before he died. Blood splattered everywhere. Some of the blood flew out from the other 3 characters, but there were some that flew out from him. Huang Xiaoshan tried to make a trade. Not a 1-for-1, but a 1-for-3. He didn't think he could kill the 3 enemy players or even kill him along with himself. Instead, he wanted to lower their health enough for the others to be able to finish them off. "The rest is up to you guys." Huang Xiaoshan's final words weren't trash talk. Troubling rain fell, but his 3 opponents had lost a lot of health in exchange. It was very possible that Team Blue Rain would be able to abandon all else and directly wipe them out in one go. Afterwards, it would turn into a 3v1. The match would end soon. Team Samsara didn't cower. The 3 players faced the attacks of the remaining Team Blue Rain players. In the end, Team Samsara's 3 players fell, but they were able to bring down Team Blue Rain's paladin with them. Without giving them any pause, Zhou Zekai's Cloudpiercer arrived. It was a 2v1, but the remaining Team Samsara player was Zhou Zekai. Apart from healing, there was nothing Zhou Zekai couldn't do. Everyone knew the match would conclude soon. Even though Zhou Zekai was skilled, he would still be going up against 2 enemies. Cloudpiercer may be in a better condition than his 2 opponent characters, but he still didn't have much health or mana left at this point. Bang! A single bang resounded throughout the field. Brilliant Edge fell. After Cloudpiercer stood up, he only had a sliver of health remaining, but he still seemed as calm as ever. When the camera pointed at Zhou Zekai, his calmness couldn't be seen. From the camera, only his nervousness could be seen. Even so, the thrill after winning couldn't be hidden. The audience exploded with cheers. This was Team Samsara's home stadium. Their victory was a victory in the finals. In the first round, Team Samsara won over Team Blue Rain, 7.5-2. The King's Avatar Chapter 657 Who. When the match ended, everyone heaved a sigh of relief, even Team Blue Rain's fans. This match had been as brilliant as it had been intense. From the first clash between the two teams, the fighting never stopped until there was only one player remaining. This sort of match weren't commonly seen. The fierceness of this season's finals made the entire crowd feel like it was worth their money to watch it live. 7.5-2. Team Samsara's lead seemed quite large. However, players familiar with the glory scene knew that these points didn't have the same amount of weight as a sport like football. One side leading by 5 points after a single round wasn't a deal-breaker in glory. After all, following the competitive scoring rules, the team competition was worth 4 points. Along with a few points obtained in the individual competition and group arena, this difference in points was actually quite common. The finals would be decided by the total points obtained in the home and away matches, so this difference didn't mean the competition was over. The post-match interviews after the first round of finals were like fire. Team Blue Rain's captain Ye Xiu was as calm as ever. He praised his opponents as well as the performance of his players. He expressed his regret for being the first one to die in the team competition. Because of a few reasons that everyone knows about, I'm often the enemy team's priority. Maybe I should have considered being the team's reserve player and substituting in occasionally to prevent our opponents from finding any opportunities to focus me. Whether his words were true or not, Ye Xiu's relaxed attitude could still be seen. He was an experienced player who had passed through many storms. A 2 to 7.5 point disparity didn't make him feel too much pressure. As for Huang Xiaoshan's interview, he once again tested the writing speed of the reporters and their recording device's battery life. They would need to search through a lengthy speech later to dig up valuable information. It would put their skill as a reporter to the test. But the most important interview was the one that gave them the greatest headache. Zhou Zekai was without a doubt the MVP of today's match. Even though Team Samsara's Lu Boyuan had been the first to open up the match in the team competition, Zhou Zekai was still the deciding player in the end. After a bunch of the reporters finally obtained a few relatively long responses. One of the questions that they obviously needed to ask was how he felt towards their victory, to which Zhou Zekai replied, "Very happy." Another lengthier response was Zhou Zekai's comment towards Huang Xiaoshan's performance, which he expressed was very outstanding. Someone asked Zhou Zekai for more details and his feelings towards Huang Xiaoshan's trash talking. Zhou Zekai fell silent for quite a while before responding. "No time to read." That was about all they managed to unearth from Zhou Zekai. They would be able to get more information out of the other members of Team Samsara, but most of their answers were just decorous remarks, praising their opponents or their team. When the reporters asked about Team Samsara's skill points, the players would simply smile but wouldn't say anything. After the post-match interviews ended, the stream showed a few highlights from the match. Then, the commentator and guest conducted a detailed analysis of the match. Ye Xiu obviously didn't need to listen to the content of this analysis. The analysis of the commentator and guest couldn't compare to their own analysis. Tusk. Wei Chen clicked his tongue. He didn't say anything. His hands and head seemed to be focused on the game, but his heart clearly wasn't in it. His character was just running around in circles, not doing anything. His mind still lingered on the match. Ye Xiu also went back to the game. He soon received a message from Lulan/. A boss spawned. No way, how could it be such a coincidence? A boss spawned right when the match ended, Ye Xiu replied. Lulan/ sent him an ashamed emoji. The match was too intense. I forgot to pay attention to the game. It was info we received from a while ago. The boss is still there, Ye Xiu asked. Still there, I just checked, Lulan Slash replied. Then let's hurry, Ye Xiu immediately called Tang Ru and steamed bun. Those two were still watching the highlights from the match. When they heard his call, they went back to the game. Which boss? Ye Xiu asked Lulan Slash for more details. Darkness Palace's Night Streak, Lulan Slash replied. Ah, that guy, Ye Xiu was excited. Night Streak was a level 70 wild boss. It was Darkness Palace's secret protector, an expert in subterfuge and assassination. Among the player classes, he would be categorized as an assassin. I'm on my way. What's the situation over there? Ye Xiu asked. Currently, none of the guilds have made any movements. However, a few players have grouped up to kill the wild boss, but they're hovering between life and death. Let's hurry. Lulan Slash was quite excited. His guild probably hadn't gotten a level 70 boss yet. The other guilds might be on their way too. Have your people be on the lookout, Ye Xiu said. Should we start acting now? Lulan Slash asked. Having many bully the few won't be an issue, Ye Xiu replied. Lulan Slash immediately arranged his troops. Ye Xiu asked Wei Chen, Night Streak has spawned. Did you guys get the information? My side, no. Wei Chen checked his messages. He looked at the guild chat. It was filled with the guilds celebrating their victory. Tonight was, without a doubt, a holiday for Samsara's fans. It wasn't just their own guild chat. Samsara had included the global chat with them. They acted like Samsara had already won the championships. The fans of the other teams couldn't keep watching. Especially Tyrannies, Tiny Herbs, and Blue Rains. These teams had already won the championships before. Their fans were looking down on Samsara's, regarding them as country bumpkins. Samsara's fans weren't looking at the big picture. They had only finished playing the first round of the finals. How could that be considered worth celebrating for? Excellent Era's fans also wanted to say a few words, but Excellent Era's performance in the regular season was too embarrassing. The smarter ones shut their mouths and endured it. A few jumped out and argued about Excellent Era, which attracted a lot of attention. They were immediately met with ridicule. All sorts of insults were thrown in the global chat. In this virtual world, it was always easy to make sparks fly. It couldn't be stopped either. Being able to say whatever you wanted was one of the charms of an online game. Wei Chen finally received a message. He checked it. It was unexpectedly a call for him to PK. The dispute between the fans of different teams had gone up a level. The friction had been continuously rising. That night, the arrogance of Samsara's fans had reached the peak. The guilds couldn't stop it from happening. This was the people's war. At this moment, as symbols of their team in the game, the club guilds could only stand on their fans' side. Any burden or losses from this large-scale PK was something that they couldn't ignore. The will of the people was everything. The fires of war continued to reach new heights. Even Wei Chen, the group leader of Samsara's second elite group, had been called to battle. The elite groups were the peak powers in the club guild. They would only set out for important battles. I'm going. Wei Chen was solemn as he replied to the call. From the rapid scrolling in the global chat, he could already predict how bitter this war would be. No matter how strong his character was, he would certainly drown within that ocean of people. The fires of war spread from the fans of the teams who stood at the top in the game. A guild like Heavenly Justice could only watch as a spectator. Ye Xiu quickly helped Lulan Slash recognize how good of an opportunity this was. Lulan Slash continued to dispatch troops over. Everywhere they walked was a battlefield. This was a war among the people. At the same time, it was a paradise for scrap pickers. The fans of these powerful teams were relatively high-end players. When they fought, good equipment would drop everywhere. Even non-professional scrap pickers would join in for this opportunity. However, how could the pickers just let scrap pickers take their equipment? The scrap pickers also got dragged into the war. An element of equipment soon added into the war between the fans. Ye Xiu didn't care about any of this. He picked the shortest route to Darkness Palace. Lord Grimm's colorful equipment made others want to vomit at the sight of it. No one was crazy enough to want to fight him. His myriad manifestations umbrella was a silver weapon. So many people would covet it, but Ye Xiu wasn't so stupid as to show it off to everyone. He obviously hid it in his bag. As a result, from the outside, it looked like Lord Grimm didn't have a weapon equipped. His character was also equipped with a set of garbage equipment. It didn't matter if others had heard of the famous Lord Grimm. No one caused him trouble. Tang Ru and Steamed Bun's situation were similar. They weren't members of any of the top guilds. Their equipment was below average. They were practically invisible in the current environment. The three quickly met with each other midway and headed over together. Halfway through, Lulan received a message. A guild had started making movements in Darkness Palace. "Which guild is it?" Ye Xiu asked. "Conquering Clouds," Lulan said. "Conquering Clouds," Ye Xiu repeated. Even though Conquering Clouds was also a club guild, in terms of the fight for wild bosses, they were a relatively low presence. In the alliance, Team Conquering Clouds had performed quite well in the first half of the season. They had reached 8th place, but after Sun Xiang transferred to Excellent Era, Team Conquering Clouds quickly dropped and ended up in 15th place. It was hard to even consider them as middle-tier team in the pro scene. Their guild was certainly more powerful than your average player guild, but they were far from being at Blue Brook Guilds or Herb Gardens level. However, arranging a few elite groups to kill a wild boss wasn't a problem for them. For a lot of player guilds, even if you threw an uncontested wild boss to them, they still wouldn't be able to take it down. Thinking about this point, Ye Xiu was a bit worried for Heavenly Justice. Heavenly Justice had started as a player guild. He also didn't know how good Lulan's elite groups were. What if they controlled the field, but Heavenly Justice still wasn't able to take down the boss? When Ye Xiu asked, Lulan cried, "God, don't look down on us." Okay, that's good. I'll be there soon. Give me a group to lead. I'll take care of Conquering Cloud. You take the boss." Ye Xiu said the King's Avatar Chapter 658 Darkness Palace was a place that was filled with countless legends according to the game's lore. The magnanimity of the palace made the characters look tiny. When you looked up at the ceiling, it looked as distant as the sky. But to these experienced players, none of this amazed them anymore. Only Tang Ru and Steamed Bun had never been here before. After entering the palace, they looked around everywhere, enjoying the fresh scenery. Ye Xiu and Lulan had contacted each other previously. When they arrived at the palace, they saw Lulan and his group waiting. Lulan immediately invited them to join his team and then directly gave him the position of group leader. When he saw the equipment worn by the three of them, Lulan felt pity. "God, I'm feeling sick looking at the equipment on you guys," Lulan said. "Then give us some equipment, I don't mind," Ye Xiu replied. "I didn't bring any with me, I'll give it to you when we're done," Lulan said. Ha, then we probably won't need it," Ye Xiu laughed. What do you mean?" Lulan didn't understand. Ye Xiu didn't explain and switched topics. "We're a Conquering Clouds people. They're currently inspecting their troops and making arrangements inside. They already saw, so they're probably on their guard," Lulan said. "You haven't seen any other guilds?" Ye Xiu asked. "No. Throw some people along the sides of the road to keep a lookout for them. If they discover anything, we'll be able to prepare a plan in advance," Ye Xiu said. "Relax, I've already arranged for it." Lulan wasn't so green. He needed Ye Xiu to teach him something as simple as this. "Let's go in." Ye Xiu nodded his head and their group set off. Their group was in high spirits because everyone knew Lord Grimm's name. Even though they couldn't personally confirm it, most players firmly believed Lord Grimm was Ye Xiu. It didn't matter whether you were a fan of Ye Xiu or not. The weight that the name Ye Xiu held was obvious. Being able to play with a god in the game would always be an amazing experience. "Is he God Ye Xiu? Is he God Ye Xiu?" quite a few people were asking around in the group chat. Even though Lord Grimm had the Heavenly Justice tag next to his name, he rarely interacted with the other guild members. That's me, that's me. Everyone listen to my directions, Ye Xiu typed. Oh, oh, oh. All sorts of emojis were typed into chat, making Lulan feel jealous and envious. This sort of respect wasn't something he could get by throwing money. God, I'll be heading over there, Lulan called out. He was planning on leading another group. Go ahead, Ye Xiu replied. Lulan left the group and was preparing to join the other group, but his character couldn't teleport over. He walked with Lord Grimm and the others, guiding them. It wasn't very bright in Darkness Palace. After passing through a few rooms, they finally reached a spacious hall. Several hundred players were already inside, but it didn't feel crowded. Apart from several stone steels and dusky rays of light, it didn't feel like they were indoors. Those are Conquering Cloud's people, Lulan pointed out to Ye Xiu. I see them, Ye Xiu replied. He examined his opponent's members and then said in the group chat, Come, I'm going to do some rearranging. Each group had 10 teams. Ye Xiu rearranged it by class. Each team composition had a clear style. The teams were sorted into distinct melee, long-ranged, healers, AI control, trap teams to make it easier to lead. Our people are over there. When should we start? Lulan asked Ye Xiu. He wasn't in Ye Xiu's group anymore, so he didn't know that he was rearranging his troops. Whenever you want, Ye Xiu said while rearranging everyone. Ah, they've started, Lulan suddenly shouted. Ye Xiu turned around. Sure enough, Conquering Cloud had started attacking. All sorts of skills suddenly burst out. Have some people go up, Ye Xiu said. Attack people or attack the boss, Lulan asked. It doesn't matter, right? Where's the boss? Ye Xiu asked. He hadn't seen the boss. Night Streak had the same model as the characters. The boss wasn't some giant monster, so he wasn't easy to find with so many people here. Lulan who was about to go to battle, stumbled. He couldn't help but turn around and look at Lord Grimm. A normal person asking this question would be normal, but God should know everything. They had arrived at the scene, but he couldn't find the boss. It made Lulan panic a little. Before he could answer, he heard Ye Xiu say, Whatever, that's your problem. Lulan absent-mindedly ran to one side and met up with his group. Conquering Cloud's people fought the boss while keeping their guard against Heavenly Justice. It was obvious what Heavenly Justice's intentions were. For Conquering Cloud, having the opportunity to snatch a level 70 boss wasn't easy. They didn't want to lose this chance. Go up, Lulan roared. Attack the people or the boss, the group members asked. It doesn't matter. Lulan thought about Ye Xiu's previous words and gave an answer. In the end, he swept over the battlefield and then paused. Right, where's the boss? Lulan understood now. The battle was such a mess that the boss Night Streak couldn't seen. Lulan also couldn't find the boss, but his group had people paying attention and pointed it out to him. When he saw the boss, Lulan considered how he should go about attacking. At this moment, Ye Xiu sent him another message. They have quite a lot of people. I might need some more support. Okay, Lulan replied. He recalculated how he should arrange everything when he suddenly heard shouts from nearby. Ye Xiu had led his group forward. Their target was obvious. They didn't hesitate. Then again, Ye Xiu didn't even know where the boss was located. He just directed his team to start attacking enemy players. Team 1 and 2 to the left, Team 3 and 4 to the right, Team 5 in the middle. Team 6 and 7 stand 4 units from the back and attack. Team 8 CC them. Team 9 get ready to throw ice. Team 10 get ready to heal. This division of work had been arranged beforehand. Without anyone disturbing them, their execution went flawlessly. With just one wave of attacks, a huge hole appeared in Conquering Cloud's troops. They clearly couldn't hang on. They hadn't thought Heavenly Justice would be so aggressive and directly charge at them. It didn't even seem like they knew where the boss was. Hold your ground, stay in order, Conquering Cloud didn't have any plans on attacking back. They were shouting orders according to the first thing that they thought of. Team 9, Ice, Ye Xiu ordered. Team 9 was comprised of Spellblades and Ghost Blades. They had been ready to attack at any moment. When they heard the order, they immediately cast their spells. The Spellblade's ice wave formation and the Ghost Blade's ice boundary were different, but they both had a chance to inflict freezing. A huge section of Conquering Cloud's troops had been frozen into blocks of ice. Aya team, don't stop attacking. Team 3 charge. Make sure to interrupt their high-leveled skills. In a large-scale battle, Ye Xiu had no way of displaying his individual prowess. He could only lead the group. Even though he hadn't formed any tacit understanding with this group, with Ye Xiu's identity, no one would question his orders. They didn't ask why and just carried it out. Each of the teams had their use in the battle. There would sometimes be Aya attacks or crowd control or focused attacks. The battle went smoothly. If they were doing well, Conquering Cloud was naturally having a bad time. Their troops were in a complete mess, yet their leader was still telling everyone to hold their ground. In comparison to Ye Xiu's quick and precise leading, Conquering Cloud's troops were like scattered sand. Without any strategy or tactics, they suffered heavy losses with very little advantages to show for it. This was Conquering Cloud's current state. If Conquering Clouds continued on in this way, they would be forced out. It wasn't that the leader was stupid, but rather he didn't know what to do in this situation. The enemy attacks blotted out the sky and covered the ground. It made him feel like if he did this, it wouldn't be right, but if he did that, it wouldn't be right either. Hold your ground, hold your ground. As he shouted these words, the leader was actively surveying the situation and thinking of a solution. However, his thinking couldn't keep up with the constantly changing situation. As soon as he thought up of something, the battle suddenly shifted. It was as if a spy had ruined his plans. How could he dare to send out any orders? Once Ye Xiu's team spread chaos throughout Conquering Clouds, with the rear on fire, how could the ones on the front lines attacking the boss be calm? Quite a few of them went to help in the PvP in panic, when Lulan/'s group suddenly charged forward. Conquering Clouds immediately resisted, thinking Lulan/'s group was planning on attacking them like Ye Xiu's group, so they decided to strike first. Even though the boss was their target, Lulan/ obviously couldn't ignore this attack. His leading couldn't compare to Ye Xiu's, but his group had a team of elites too. Lulan/, Ocean Ahead, Little Bay, Night Tide, Thousand Falling Leaves. These 5 were planning on entering the Pro Alliance next season. Whether it was their character or their skill, they far surpassed normal players. It could be said that unless a pro team was here, for a 5-player team, Lulan/'s team were unrivaled in the game. This point could directly be seen in this battle. These 5 were unstoppable. They had tacit understanding with one another and their coordination linked together naturally. They already had an aura of pros. With such a team, Conquering Cloud's troops were suppressed. Heavenly Justice's other players weren't just cheerleaders either. Both sides of Conquering Clouds had to retreat in defeat. They couldn't control the boss Night Streak either. Attacked on all 3 sides, their troops fell layer after layer. Attack the boss. Lulan/ was still clear-headed. He hadn't forgotten his goal. As he killed players, he directed several of his troops to begin attacking the boss. Conquering Cloud's defeat had already been determined, but who knows if another guild might show up. Just as he was thinking about this, he received a message. Players from Seaside are heading over. The King's Avatar Chapter 659. I knew it wouldn't be this easy. Ye Xiu sighed after reading Lulan/'s message. Compared to Conquering Clouds, both the guild and Team Seaside were troublesome opponents. Their team Zhao Yang was an all-star level pro who used the Qi Master, Boundless Sea, a powerful character even amongst the pro players. Although they were strong, there was still a limit to just how powerful they were. The truly powerful clubs were too occupied with the drama happening during the playoffs. The only ones who still had time to fight for field bosses were the small fries who still hung around on both sides. "Where are they now?" Ye Xiu asked Lulan Slash. "They're on the way. There are two groups," Lulan Slash answered. Guild Seaside didn't have much success with wild bosses in the past, so they had learned to be more vigilant every time they found a new opportunity. They would gather their troops together before they embarked on the conquest. Because of this, they were a lot slower than Heavenly Justice and Conquering Clouds. "Two groups are fine. Let's hurry up and finish it up here. You guys continue dealing with the boss. I will lead another group to deal with Seaside," Ye Xiu decided. Lulan Slash wasn't dealing with the boss at the moment. He and his 5-people team were enjoying their massacre against Conquering Clouds along with the assistance of Ye Xiu's group. Lulan Slash had only sent a portion of his people to deal with the boss Night Streak. Seeing that that portion was enough, everyone else continued to enjoy the slaughtering. With sharp strategies on one side and overwhelming combat prowess on the other, Heavenly Justice beat Conquering Clouds swiftly. Although Heavenly Justice didn't win without any casualties, all of the losses they sustained were rather negligible. The brilliant strategies minimized the damage they had taken. Conquering Clouds quickly realized that their defeat was set in stone, and struggling longer would only lead to more losses. The guild leader ordered the retreat with a long sigh. Under normal circumstances, Heavenly Justice would have just let them go, but considering that Seaside was arriving soon, they chased after Conquering Clouds, trying to kill off as many players as possible. Heavenly Justice wanted to eliminate the possibility that Conquering Clouds would come back to take an advantage of both sides once Heavenly Justice clashed with Seaside. Conquering Clouds had the worst luck today as they were slaughtered all the way out of the Darkness Palace. Even the guild leader died in the chaos. Without a leader, Conquering Clouds fell apart immediately. Ye Xiu stopped the bloodshed right away and started reorganizing the troops because Seaside's troops were now within sight. Heavenly Justice had grasped total victory against Conquering Clouds, so everyone's morale was through the roof right now. Lulan Slash spent no time on the boss. Instead, he followed Ye Xiu's group all the way to the entrance. Using this small break, he delivered a rallying speech to his own guild, outlining the glorious victory they would have over Seaside. "Stop listening to his bragging. Hurry up and get into positions," Ye Xiu yelled out, and the crowd scattered instantaneously. "What are we doing?" Lulan Slash was confused. "Ambush," Ye Xiu replied. "Ambush. Do you actually want to go head-to-head with them? Don't you know how to use your information properly?" Ye Xiu questioned. "But didn't they already see us?" Lulan Slash was even more puzzled. "Then they can choose to not enter. There's only one entrance to the palace anyways," Ye Xiu refuted. He had already regrouped all the players and sent everyone in hiding. He never planned on having a direct confrontation with Seaside, so instead, he had the ambush in mind from the start. "Oh, I get it. I should get my guys to hide too." Lulan Slash turned around to deliver the new command to his group. "Tell me," Ye Xiu's Lord Grim stepped in front of Lulan Slash. "If you come over here, then once the boss dies over there, who will pick up the loot?" Lulan Slash jumped up in shock. The right to pick the boss loot wasn't free for all. It's usually determined within the group, so only the guild leader or the person designated as the guild leader had this right. Lulan Slash hadn't given this authority to anyone, so by default, he had to be the one to pick up the loot. However, he was so far away from the boss that the system had switched the right to pick loot to free for all, which definitely didn't work for Lulan Slash. After realizing this, Lulan Slash ran back like a shooting rocket. On the other hand, Ocean Ahead and the others stayed behind to join the upcoming battle. But then again, just now was pretty exciting, but this time seemed a little shameless. Although something felt wrong, everyone hid themselves well. As they approached, Seaside noticed that there was a crowd at the entrance, but the mob quickly dispersed. Knowing that there was a wild boss, Seaside assumed that the scene they witnessed was probably the result of the clash between two guilds. What a wonderful opportunity for us. No matter who the winner of that conflict was, both sides must have suffered severe losses. If this isn't the most perfect time to attack, what is? Guild Seaside moved swiftly and was soon upon the entrance at the middle of mountain. Nonetheless, they maintained a cautious position and did not break their formation, nor did they attack randomly, preparing against a potential assault. Unfortunately, they had miscalculated the results of the conflict between conquering clouds and heavenly justice. They never imagined that heavenly justice had decimated conquering clouds by such a large margin. There were some minor casualties, but the moral of heavenly justice was incredibly high after that one-sided victory. While Guild Seaside was still thinking about how to torture a group of wounded after a battle, they stepped into the gateway of Dark Palace. A flood of skills exploded out without any warning. Ambush! The guild leader of Seaside screamed, but he was not too worried. This was, in the end, a game. All that an ambush could usually accomplish was to provide some initial advantages, since instant kill between same-level players was not a possibility. Unlike a real battlefield, where a successful ambush could take out a field of enemies. In a game, all it could do was lowering the enemy's HP somewhat, unless you focused firepower on a single target. Believing his opponents were just a group of wounded players, the leader of Seaside's troops did not panic at all. He told his troops to not panic, and then started observing the situation calmly. Within moments, this guild leader found himself in a total confusion. Wasn't this offense a little too violent? The guild leader of Seaside noticed this while watching his own HP gauge slipping at a visible speed. The attacks were simply too fierce to be coming from the pitiful victims that he was imagining. On top of that, there were attacks coming from all directions, so he had no idea which way he should be retreating to. First team, fourth team, sixth team. Ye Xiu, on the other hand, was giving out a constant flow of commands and directing this surprise attack with patience. He had no intention of turning this into a frontal battle after gaining even the tiniest advantage at the beginning. However, Ocean Ahead and his friends had a different idea. After being contemptible for a while, they decided to charge in and soon wrestled among Seaside's players. This gave the ambushed Seaside a sense of direction and focused their attacks on them. In terms of numbers, Guild Seaside had the upper hand. Still, Heavenly Justice had just won a perfect victory. Their high moral boosted their performance level way above the usual. Coupled with Ye Xiu's ingenious strategies, and the fact that only Lulan Slash was missing from the elite force, Heavenly Justice dominated the battlefield with ease. Guild Seaside's confidence quickly deteriorated. Aren't our people dying a bit too quickly? Advantage. Where is our advantage? Seaside's guild leader finally began to panic. The current situation was not what he had expected in the slightest. He had dreamt of an easy victory. He had prepared to accept the struggle if the opponent was not that much weaker, but he couldn't understand why the balance of winning was tilting in favor of the other side as it continued to progress. Third team, 4 o'clock direction, charge. Ninth team, 8 o'clock, traps. Sixth team, AI attack, provide cover for the charging team. First team, ignore them. Come back and regroup with the second. The attacking teams were also being put on track as well under Ye Xiu's command. They maintained the violent attacks without sacrificing organization. Seaside's ease and calmness had already been crushed. The guild leader was starting to give out directions like, "Stand your ground." If the people from Conquering Clouds were here, they would definitely feel a sense of déjà vu. If someone could give them another chance to start over, they would retreat right at that moment without any hesitation. Unfortunately for Seaside, since they had no idea what had happened before they had arrived, they still believed that there was still a chance for them to turn it around. The guild leader was still looking for an opening to turn the tide. As he looked around, he noticed that his people were disappearing at a frightening pace. Soon it seemed like the entire screen was filled with Heavenly Justice's people, waving their blades around to reap the life of another one of his comrade. All the characters with Guild Seaside's tag above their head were either struggling or on the ground. It was only then did Seaside's guild leader realize that he had lost this fight completely. He had lost this boss fight without even seeing the boss once. No matter how unsatisfied they could not revive dead characters with their emotions, so Seaside had no choice but to retreat, which is the best thing they could do right now. Seaside had a smooth retreat. Lulan / did not receive any more additional news of any newcomers, so they did not treat Seaside the way that they treated conquering clouds. Upon seeing them retreating, Ye Xiu let them off by easing the attacks before sending Lulan / a message. Lulan / did not have the spare time to reply. When the players rushed back to where the boss was, the announcement that Heavenly Justice had killed Night Streak showed up in the World Channel. Cheers erupted from the troops. All of that killing was for this moment. Noticing that everything went without problems, Ye Xiu finally let his heart drop back down and started hoping for the right loot. When the new message from Lulan / arrived, Ye Xiu was fully expecting a report of the loot, but the message had only one word, F. What? Ye Xiu was confused. This was a level 70 field boss drop, so no matter how unsatisfactory it was, one could always use it to trade for something he or she needed. I got killed by someone. Lulan / messaged again. What? Deception, wasn't he your friend? Lulan / asked. That guy, Ye Xiu paused in surprise. He could guess most of the things that happened without asking and cried out hurriedly, Steam Bun, hurry up and guard the door. Humph, Steamed Bun looked up. After a second of confusion, he took off his headphones and walked towards the entrance of the room. All three people in the room stared at him for a second. Then Ye Xiu snapped exasperatedly. I'm asking you to guard the door in the game. While Tang Ru was laughing hysterically, Wei Chen was full of seriousness. This was a grave mistake on our part. The King's Avatar chapter 660, when Steamed Bun finally figured out what was happening and rushed to the entrance of Dark Palace, Tang Ru had moved ahead of him. Ye Xiu's Lord Grim followed Soft Mist to figure out the situation. The cleric present revived Lulan / right away, so he was present as well. Right now, he was ordering everyone to start a hunt. That guy was pretty strong. Make sure you stay with your party. Don't confront him by yourself. When Ye Xiu heard his command, he hastily spoke up to stop Lulan / scatter around. But that guy was pretty strong. Lulan / stated his point again. Being alone can drag him out, so it's a good thing. If this drags on for too long, then he'll leave combat, be able to log out. It'll be too late by then, Ye Xiu explained. Upon hearing this, Lulan / changed his orders immediately while lamenting over the shrewdness of the experienced experts. Isn't he your friend? What's going on? Lulan / was nowhere near as composed as he appeared to be. He rushed forward to pick up the loot the moment the boss died. While he was still counting the rewards excitedly, someone else suddenly labeled him as a boss and killed him when he least expected it. When one got killed in the game, a few items from the inventory would also drop. Therefore, most players wouldn't carry anything important on themselves. Just now, when he picked up the loot, Lulan / had turned himself into a mobile treasure vault. When he died, he lost more items from his inventory than equipment on his body. 3 items from his inventory dropped, while only 1 equipment on his body had dropped. While his equipments were flashy, the items in his inventory were much more rare. After all, they had came from a level 70 wild boss, which was usually hoarded away by the big guilds. The items he lost, especially the materials, couldn't even be bought with money. Their value far surpassed the equipments he had. Right now, he lost all of that to a scrap picker. There were no words to describe the bitterness he felt. We just know each other. Don't worry. He hasn't run too far yet. I'll take full responsibility if I can't get the stuff back." Ye Xiu replied. Lulan had some doubts. Apart from Deception's reputation, Lulan had seen Lord Grimm working with him last time. The thought, did he act on Lord Grimm's order, surfaced the moment he got killed. Still, he quickly realized that this kind of betrayal was meaningless. They had originally agreed to divide the loot by half. This assassination would earn him less than half, so what would be the point? Lulan didn't think too much about it, but the thought was still there. He simply pushed it to the back of his mind. Ye Xiu's words not only crushed his doubts, it also embraced him a little. "No, I didn't mean it that way. I was just wondering, aren't the two of you friends? Is there some misunderstanding?" "No, that is just what he does," Ye Xiu answered. "Oh, Lulan was going to follow up with an explanation of how Deception had killed him, but Ye Xiu interrupted. "Just tell me where he ran off to. That's much more important than how you died." "This way," Lord Grimm pointed with myriad manifestations umbrella towards the direction where players were gathering. "Yeah," Lulan agreed. "Start attacking with AI attacks," Ye Xiu called out while going over. "Attack with your group. Those who aren't in the same group don't crowd together. Don't stand around too loosely. Try to cover more area with your attacks. Start attacking." Ye Xiu was too busy giving out commands to chat with Lulan. Lulan thought about it. There really was no time to chat. Once Deception leaves a combat state and logs off, he can't have everyone here wait until he comes back. It didn't take long to leave combat, only 3 minutes. This was determined by the system. If no skill hit Deception within 3 min, he would be considered out of combat. Then he could simply log off and escape this hunt with ease. Ye Xiu's plan right now wasn't focused on killing or even finding the opponent. All he wanted to do was ensure that Deception couldn't log off. "Open your eyes, that guy's a ninja. The id is Deception. He's a professional scrap picker. His greatest strength is being shameless, very shameless." When Ye Xiu's voice echoed across the hall, Lulan as the guild leader, decided to stay silent to let Ye Xiu take full control. The players from Heavenly Justice responded in kind. They were quite enraged by the fact that their guild leader got killed out of the blue. They simply couldn't allow the fruits of their hard work to be stolen so easily. They couldn't accept that they had beaten 2 large guilds with clubs behind them, but lost to a lowly scrap picker. The peace and quiet that had settled down in the Darkness Palace with the end of the boss fight was quickly shattered. Players of all classes took out their AI skill. No one knew if the skills had hit Deception, but they had aggroed quite a number of monsters. Dark Palace was nonetheless still a leveling area, and all leveling areas had regular monsters. It was just that those regular monsters posed no real threat to the elite teams, so no one really cared much about them. While dealing with the monsters casually, everyone was still looking around, hoping to see Deception. "There!" a cry rang from somewhere. When most were still looking around to locate the source of it, Lord Grimm had already run off. "Is he there?" Lulan hastily followed, but he wasn't sure about it at all. This only made him realize the gap he had in comparison to Pro even more. Ye Xiu had Lord Grimm charging straight over. Purple smoke exploded, engulfing a number of people in a flash. Ninjutsu smoke bomb. Spitfires have a similar thing called smoke bullet. Smoke bombs worked faster than smoke bullets. They filled the entire area in a split second. Using this skill in that moment was obviously for escaping. Ye Xiu immediately gave up trying to find Deception in the smoke cloud. Instead, he started predicting where he would jump out from. As expected, Deception's figure quickly shot out of the smoke cloud. Surely, there were people other than Ye Xiu who noticed this and gave chase right away. Ye Xiu, on the other hand, noticed that Deception's hand moved back as he was escaping and shouted out a warning, "Beware of the nails." Nails was the name given to the skill by the players. The actual skill name would be caltrops. These tiny spikes are thrown onto the ground. Those who stepped on them wouldn't take a lot of damage, but it severely decreased a character's mobility. Deception hid his action well, so most people wouldn't have noticed that he threw out the nails. Unsurprisingly, among the many that gave chase, quite a few slowed down suddenly. Clearly, they had stepped on the nails by accident. With another handful of caltrops, he successfully delayed his pursuers to buy himself some time to jump onto the stone pillar nearby and started climbing upward. The guns roared away. Just because the melee players were stopped didn't mean that the long-range players had to take a back seat. The gunner-class players focused their gunfire on him right away. However, Deception performed superbly. He was clearly well practiced with the climbing skill known to ninjas. In that moment, there was no one to stop him. Ye Xiu knew from his agile movements that he probably hadn't brought out his trash equipments for this scrap picking. This kind of speed could only be achieved with movement speed buffs from relatively good equipments. In a few breaths, Deception was pretty high up. With a backward jump, he stepped onto a beam and started sprinting straight ahead. The beam was rather narrow, so it had no space for horizontal movement. Running up there spared him from dealing with the troubles from melee-class players, but it made him the perfect target for long-range class players. Amidst the gunfires, Deception ran straight ahead, swaying left and right to dodge the attacks. These actions demonstrated his incredible mastery over his character's movements. "Not bad," Ye Xiu praised. At the same time, Deception had finally entered Lord Grimm's effective attacking range. The myriad manifestations umbrella shook an anti-tank missile shot straight at Deception. Boom! The missile landed on the beam squarely, and the shock wave spread out. Deception dodged both with an agile leap, successfully avoiding this calculated move of Ye Xiu's. Amidst the regretful sighs of the players around, Deception could feel cold sweat dripping down his back. If he had reacted half a second later, the missile would have hit him. Deception had been ignoring his attackers up until now. That well-planned attack finally tempted him a glance at the crowd. Immediately, a familiar name stood out painfully to him. Why is he here? Deception buried his surprise in his heart and noticed the guild id before Lord Grimm's name. It was same as all the other players, Heavenly Justice. Had he been recruited? While Deception was still contemplating about it, Lord Grimm fired again. Deception started to worry. If it was a one-on-one, he was confident that he could dodge the attacks pretty easily. The problem at hand right now was that he was running around in a rain of bullets. If an expert at such a high skill level joined the fray, there was no way his escape would be easy. That jump had indeed been splendid, but that was because he had made a mistake previously and moved one step too slow. How many players could make that sort of prediction? I can't drag this on any longer. Deception made up his mind. Eyeing the stone pillar nearby, he suddenly jumped over. Just when he seemed to have missed it, he threw out a ninjato which buried itself into the pillar. Then he swung his character over using the rope attached to the small knife. After some swinging in midair, he successfully hid himself behind the pillar. "Surround him," Lul and Slash ordered loudly, and the players of Heavenly Justice rushed from every direction. Behind the pillar, Deception used a ninjutsu disappearing body technique right away, and was planning on taking his time to assess the situation when a roll of racing bullets nicked him among the flying debris. Lord Grimm's gun pointed straight at him from below the pillar. Still hiding, Deception was gloomy. Wasn't that a bit too fast?